Hello fellow sapiens, and welcome to Sleepless Homo, the story of humanity told softly. Before we begin, take a moment to quiet your thoughts. Whether you're here to drift into sleep, unwind while cooking, or listen through your headphones as you work, let this slow storytelling guide you. If you appreciate calm, fact-based journeys through time, not wild speculation, but humble science doing its best to understand, consider liking and subscribing. It helps more curious minds find this space and conquer the world with knowledge, not noise. Tell me in the comments where or when you listen, before bed, on a drive, or while the world keeps moving around you. And if you happen to drift off mid-story, I've left timestamps below so you can return tomorrow and finish the journey. Every chapter is worth it, and as always, stay curious, stay calm. Now, let's ask the question that haunts all thinking creatures. When did we become conscious? 40,000 years ago, deep in what is now southern Germany, someone sat in near silence at the mouth of a cave. The wind outside was glacial and dry, blowing dust across a frozen valley where mammoths and reindeer passed in the distance. Inside the cave, where firelight flickered across rough walls, a single human worked on something that didn't exist yet. They held in one hand a massive mammoth tusk, and in the other, a sharp flake of stone. Every few seconds came the faint scrape of tool against bone. Hours passed, then days, then seasons. The carving slowly revealed legs, arms, a torso, a face that was almost human, until the maker shaped the head into that of a lion. It would take more than 300 hours to finish, a task of patience unthinkable to anyone struggling just to eat. But the result was extraordinary. The Lion Man of Hohlenstein-Stadel, the oldest known figurative sculpture in the world. Archaeologists discovered it in the year 1939 inside the Stadel chamber of the Hohlenstein cave system in the Lone Valley of southern Germany. The fragments lay buried under millennia of sediment until painstakingly reassembled decades later. What emerged was a 31-centimetre figure carved from mammoth ivory. Human body, feline head, and carefully incised lines suggesting fur, muscles and detail that had no practical use. Whoever made it was not trying to sharpen a tool or prepare food. They were imagining something, perhaps worshipping it, perhaps fearing it, or perhaps simply trying to understand themselves through it. This carving belongs to what archaeologists call the Awaken culture, the first known wave of modern Homo sapiens to spread across Ice Age Europe. Their tools, ornaments and art appear across the continent, from France to the Danube, and they represent an unmistakable shift in how humans perceive the world. The Lion Man is the oldest of them all, dating to roughly 40,000 years before the present. That means that before pyramids, before writing, before the idea of civilization, a human already had the mental capacity to imagine something that never walked the earth. When researchers in the 20th century tried to reproduce the statue using stone tools available to Paleolithic humans, they found it would have taken between 300 and 400 hours of continuous work. That is the equivalent of carving full-time for weeks, possibly months, in a world where food was scarce and winters could kill. The act makes little sense from a survival standpoint. There is no direct nourishment, no shelter, no warmth gained. So why would anyone spend so much of their limited life shaping ivory into a hybrid creature? The most plausible explanation is that the carving mattered symbolically. Microscopic analysis of the original surface revealed it had been repeatedly handled, the ivory worn smooth and glossy by fingers long gone. It seems the figure was not just made, it was cherished. Perhaps it was held during gatherings or carried from camp to camp as a talisman. Maybe it was used in rituals to summon strength, to bind the group through shared belief. Whatever its precise role, the figure shows that someone 40 millennia ago could think beyond the immediate. They could imagine a being that transcended the natural, merging two creatures into one idea. That capacity to create something that does not exist in the material world marks the boundary between intelligence and imagination. Many animals solve problems, plan hunts, even use tools, but none have left behind evidence of abstract thought. The Lion Man is not a tool, it is a thought made solid. It tells us that by 40,000 years ago, our ancestors had crossed a threshold where reality and imagination met. The figure itself may have represented power, transformation, or something as complex as a spirit. Lions were among the most feared predators in Ice Age Europe, larger and more robust than their modern relatives. A man with a lion's head could symbolize mastery over danger, or perhaps the merging of human and animal worlds in mythic consciousness. Some scholars have compared it to shamanic traditions, where people imagine crossing boundaries between species. Others caution that this may project modern ideas backward onto people whose motives we can only guess. The truth is, we do not know what the Lion Man meant. We only know that it meant something, and perhaps that is the point. Consciousness is not about answers, it is about awareness. The artist who carved this figure was aware of themselves, of lions, of fear, of reverence, and of the possibility that something unseen connected all those things. It was the birth of abstraction. From a neuroscientific view, the making of such an object implies several cognitive abilities. First, the maker had to visualize the final form before starting, an act of mental simulation. Then, they had to plan and execute the carving over long periods, returning to it again and again. That requires not just intelligence, but working memory, persistence, and the ability to assign meaning to an outcome that exists only in the mind. This is not instinct, it is reflection. The ivory itself is also revealing. Mammoth tusks are notoriously difficult to carve. They splinter, they require careful flaking, and they must be worked in a specific direction of the grain. The carver chose this material not because it was easy, but because it was monumental, almost sacred. In that sense, the tusk was a medium worthy of the imagined form, something that could last beyond a single lifetime. It still does. When the figure was first reconstructed in the 1960s and 70s from hundreds of tiny fragments, it forced archaeologists to rethink what it meant to be human. For a long time, people had assumed that symbolic art began much later, perhaps 20,000 years ago. But the Lion Man shattered that timeline, showing that humans capable of myth-making existed tens of thousands of years earlier than anyone thought. Later discoveries in the same region, the Venus figurines of Hohlefels and other hybrid creatures, confirmed that this was no isolated act. It was part of a culture that had learned to turn thought into symbol. If we try to imagine the moment of creation, we might picture a quiet figure lit by a small fire, the ivory glowing faintly in the orange light. Around them, others might have watched, not fully understanding what the carver was doing, but sensing it was important. Each chip of stone would have revealed more of the hidden form, till at last the face of a lion emerged from a human chest. Perhaps they gasped, perhaps they smiled, perhaps they simply nodded, recognizing something familiar in the strangeness. The most humbling truth is that we do not know who made it, or why. We can measure the tool marks, the polish, the radiocarbon dates, but we cannot step into the mind that first imagined a lion-headed being. All we can say is that they must have been capable of imagining themselves and others, capable of empathy, capable of story. And that may be the essence of consciousness itself, the ability to imagine what is not there and to give it meaning. Some archaeologists propose that the carving represents the earliest evidence of spiritual belief, even of proto-religion. Others are more cautious, suggesting that we should not confuse imagination with worship. Yet even if it was not a god, it was a metaphor, and metaphors are the architecture of conscious thought. They allow us to compress complex emotions into simple forms. A lion man could express courage, transformation, or the thin line between human and animal nature. When scientists compared the wear on the ivory to other Aurignacian artifacts, they noticed it had been held more than ordinary objects, suggesting it was passed from hand to hand. This sharing might have been part of communal storytelling, a physical anchor for collective imagination. In that sense, the Lion Man might have been one of the first characters ever conceived, predating every myth, every deity, every bedtime story told by firelight. And maybe that is why it still feels familiar. We are the same species that made it, still shaping meaning out of uncertainty. We build our own lions now, out of pixels, metal and data. But the motive is the same, to make sense of ourselves by creating something beyond ourselves. The continuity is comforting. It reminds us that consciousness did not arrive fully formed. It grew one thought at a time, carved patiently from the raw material of survival until it began to dream. In the end, the Lion Man stands not just as an artifact but as a question. What was the first thing that carving meant to the person who touched it? Was it power, protection, memory? Did they see it as alive? Did they whisper to it in the dark? We can never know. But each possibility points towards something shared across 40,000 years. The quiet human urge to find meaning in the meaningless, to bring order to chaos, to make something that endures after we are gone. So when we look at that ivory figure today, behind museum glass under careful light, we are not just looking at a relic. We are looking at a mirror held up by our ancestors, asking us whether we still remember how to wonder. And that is where our story begins. With a thought made solid, a mind that looked at a block of ivory and saw a dream inside. From that moment forward, the human story would never again be limited to what the eyes could see. The world would become not just a place to live, but a place to imagine. What does it feel like to be a bee, or a trout, or a crab? It sounds like a silly question, the kind of thought you have while staring too long at an aquarium or watching insects float lazily over a field. But behind that question lies one of the hardest problems in science, the problem of consciousness. It is easy to assume that awareness belongs only to us, that it is something rare and human, but across the living world, experiments are quietly suggesting that the border between instinct and experience is not as sharp as we once believed. Consider the bumblebee, a creature that weighs less than a paperclip, its brain smaller than a grain of rice, built of fewer than 1 million neurons. For a long time, most scientists thought this kind of brain was far too simple to produce anything like conscious experience. Bees, it was assumed, followed hardwired rules, little reflex engines guided by sunlight and smell. Yet in the last few decades, research at Queen Mary University of London has begun to suggest that bees might be capable of something more subtle, something that feels a lot like choice. In one experiment, scientists built a miniature playground for bumblebees. There were 3 paths leading to a drop of sugar water. One was clear and direct, the fastest route. The other 2 were littered with small wooden balls, some fixed in place, others that rolled when touched. The bees could have flown straight to the reward without touching anything, but again and again they chose to land among the moving balls, nudging and rolling them for no reason anyone could see. When the researchers removed the sugar water altogether, the bees still came back to play. It was as if they were doing it not because they had to, but because they wanted to. That single word, want, changes everything. If an animal can act for reasons beyond survival, if it can experience something like curiosity or fun, then its inner world is not empty. It suggests a glimmer of subjective experience, the sense that it is like something to be that creature. The scientists who ran the experiment hesitated to use words like joy, but they admitted that no purely mechanical model could explain what they saw. The bees seemed to behave as if they had preferences, and perhaps even moods. In another line of research, the same teams tested whether bees could experience something like optimism. They trained bees to associate one scent with a sweet reward and another with nothing. Then they startled the bees with a mild mechanical shake, as if simulating a predator attack, before presenting them with an ambiguous scent between the 2 learned ones. Shaken bees were more likely to assume the worst and approach cautiously, while undisturbed bees flew directly toward the sample. Their tiny nervous systems appeared to encode something resembling an emotional state, what we might call anxiety. All of this pushes against the boundary of what we call instinct. Somewhere in the hum of wings and the rhythm of their little hearts, there may be the flicker of awareness. And if so, it raises an uncomfortable idea, that consciousness may not be an all-or-nothing property of big-brained mammals, but a spectrum that runs deep into the evolutionary tree. For centuries, humans drew a clear line between ourselves and the rest of life. Descartes famously argued that animals were automatons, complex machines without souls or subjective experiences. Pain, emotion, imagination, these were uniquely human. But time and evidence have not been kind to that belief. Today, through careful experiments and brain imaging, we are finding traces of inner life in places we never expected. In the early 2000s, a study led by Lynn Snedden at the University of Liverpool explored whether fish could truly feel pain, not just react to it. Rainbow trout were injected with a dilute acid near the mouth. Immediately their behaviour changed. They rubbed the affected area against gravel, refused to eat, and drifted apart from their usual shoals. When given painkillers like morphine, they quickly resumed normal behaviour. The conclusion was unavoidable. The fish were not just responding reflexively, they were having a subjective experience of pain. Some researchers initially resisted this idea. Fish have no neocortex, the outer layer of the brain often linked to human consciousness. Without that structure, they argued, how could pain feel like anything? But follow-up studies showed that trout and other species possess analogous circuits, different anatomy, same function. Their reactions were not simple reflex loops, but coordinated processes involving learning and memory. When injured fish later avoided the site where the injection had happened, they were demonstrating that they could remember suffering. Something in that small brain was capable of linking a place, a sensation, and a desire not to repeat it. What about creatures even further removed from us? Take the hermit crab, a soft-bodied animal that borrows shells to protect itself. To test whether crabs truly experience discomfort, or just automatic withdrawal, researchers at Queen's University Belfast in Northern Ireland performed a curious experiment. They placed crabs in different shells and delivered small electric shocks. When shocked in a shell they did not particularly like, most quickly abandoned it and moved on. But when shocked in a shell they preferred, one that fit just right. It took far more shocks to convince them to leave. Some even tolerated repeated discomfort rather than give up the shell they favoured. This suggests the ability to weigh competing motivations, the pain of staying versus the danger of leaving. That kind of decision-making requires something close to subjective valuation, the sense that one choice feels better than another. If a bee can choose to play, and a crab can choose to endure, and a fish can learn to fear pain, where exactly does consciousness begin? There is no simple answer. The word itself remains notoriously slippery. Philosophers distinguish between simple awareness, being awake and responsive, and phenomenal consciousness, the rich inner world of experience. But biologically, both rely on the same thing: information integrated across many parts of the nervous system into a unified sense of what's happening. In the last few decades, scientists have begun searching for what they call the neural correlates of consciousness, the patterns of brain activity that accompany awareness. For mammals, it often involves a network connecting sensory regions with higher integrative centres in the midbrain and cortex. When those connections are disrupted, as under deep anesthesia or severe brain injury, the spark of consciousness fades. When they reappear, the mind returns. Even insects, despite their vastly simpler brains, show hints of similar integrated processing. In the honeybee, distinct neural assemblies light up in coordinated patterns when it learns a new task. In crabs and cephalopods, rhythmic feedback loops tie sensory input to decision centres. It is as if the building blocks of experience are ancient, shared across 500 million years of evolution. Still, no experiment can show what it feels like inside another brain. The philosopher Thomas Nagel once asked, "What is it like to be a bat?" His point was that no matter how much we map the bat's sensory circuits, its inner experience, its sonar world of echoes and shadows, will remain inaccessible to us. But if the bat's behaviour and biology imply an internal perspective, the most honest thing we can say is that there is something it is like to be that bat. The same reasoning can apply to bees, fish and crabs. Their experiences are surely alien, but not non-existent. Understanding this matters, not only for curiosity but for ethics. If other animals possess even a dim form of consciousness, then their suffering is not trivial. It also matters for science, because it hints that consciousness is not a late miraculous arrival, but an evolved function, a way for living systems to predict and adapt to a complex world. Some biologists describe it as the ultimate control system. Awareness allows an organism to model the consequences of its actions before taking them. Instead of reacting blindly, it can simulate possibilities. That capacity is as useful to a crab weighing its risks as to a primate planning its future. There is another subtle clue. Conscious states are metabolically expensive. Neural integration consumes a great deal of energy. For evolution to preserve such a costly feature, it must confer serious advantages. Awareness might not make an animal stronger or faster, but it allows flexibility. It lets it learn from mistakes, choose between conflicting goals, and anticipate events. Over evolutionary time, that adaptability would be a profound survival tool, and yet, the more we study it, the less it seems tied to complexity. Octopuses, with their distributed neural networks and problem-solving skills, can open jars and escape mazes, hinting at decentralized intelligence. Bees show playfulness, fish show pessimism, rats display empathy, freeing trapped companions even when food is offered as a distraction. The ladder of consciousness begins to look more like a web, different kinds of awareness woven through life's tapestry. For all this progress, scientists remain cautious. They cannot peer directly into another creature's subjective world. They can only infer it from behaviour and brain activity. Some argue that to call these responses conscious is to project our own feelings outward. Others counter that ignoring them risks repeating the arrogance that once dismissed animal emotion altogether. The truth likely sits somewhere in between. Consciousness, whatever it is, may be less about having human thoughts, and more about possessing any inner point of view at all. When we think of it that way, the living world begins to shimmer with possibility. Every buzzing bee, every darting fish, every crab sifting through shells might carry a faint echo of awareness. Perhaps their experiences are not narratives or memories, but brief pulses of being, momentary flashes of what it is like to exist. And if that is true, then consciousness did not appear suddenly with us. It was not a miracle that happened one day in a cave or a single spark in a human skull. It may have been whispering in the oceans long before there were mammals, flickering in the neurons of creatures that never even saw the sky. We will never know what the world looks like through compound eyes, or what pain feels like through a crustacean's shell. But we can know this. Life has been experimenting with awareness for hundreds of millions of years. What we experience when we close our eyes and think may be only one version of a much older story. The story of living systems learning to feel their way through existence. Perhaps that is the humblest truth of all. Consciousness is not a gift bestowed upon us alone. It is a shared inheritance, one that stretches from the smallest minds to the largest. The mystery is not that we are conscious, but that anything is, and that it all began long before we had the words to wonder about it. When did science first see a thought? It sounds impossible. How could you ever turn the silent flicker of an idea into something visible? For most of human history, thoughts were the last private place in the universe, a mystery sealed inside the skull. But in the early 20th century, in a small German laboratory, one man decided to try anyway. His name was Hans Berger, a quiet, meticulous psychiatrist born in the late 19th century. Berger was not a famous figure. He was not wealthy, not a showman, not even particularly sociable. But he was obsessed with one question. Could the human brain's activity be measured directly, without surgery, without guessing? Could we see for the first time the electrical language of the mind? The story of how he got there began with a horse accident. As a young man serving in the German cavalry, Berger was thrown from his horse during training and nearly crushed. Far away, his sister, at that exact moment, reportedly felt an overwhelming sense of dread and insisted their father send a telegram to check if he was alive. The message arrived just as Berger was recovering in hospital. The coincidence haunted him. He became convinced that the mind must somehow send invisible signals, waves that could pass from one person to another. It was not a scientific conclusion, it was intuition, but it planted the seed that the brain might radiate something measurable. In the early 1920s, Berger began setting up experiments in his modest lab at the University of Jena. His tools were primitive: galvanometers, photographic plates, thin wires, and a fascination bordering on obsession. Electricity was known to exist in nerves. Scientists like Luigi Galvani had shown that a frog's leg could twitch under an electric charge. But no one had ever recorded such signals from a living human brain. The skull, thick and irregular, seemed an impossible barrier. Berger tried anyway. He placed fine silver electrodes directly onto the scalp, connecting them through a homemade amplifier to a moving paper drum. The idea was simple. If the brain's activity produced electrical currents, they might make the recording needle twitch. For years he got nothing but noise. The signal was drowned out by interference from muscles, the heartbeat, even the hum of the building's electrical wiring. But Berger was patient. Eventually, in the mid-1920s, after countless failures, he saw something different. The faint oscillations on his recording paper were rhythmic, regular, and too consistent to be random. When the subject relaxed or closed their eyes, the wave pattern slowed and strengthened. When they opened their eyes or did mental calculations, the waves sped up or disappeared. Berger had captured the brain's first visible rhythm, a repeating signal around 10 cycles per second that he called the alpha wave. It was the first electroencephalogram, or EEG. The discovery was so extraordinary that almost no one believed him. For years, Berger's papers were ignored or ridiculed. The idea that brain activity could be measured non-invasively was considered fantasy. Only after British scientists Edgar Adrian and B.H. Matthews replicated his results in the early 1930s did the world start to pay attention. Adrian, already famous for discovering how neurons encode information through electrical impulses, confirmed that the human brain produces constant oscillations even at rest. What Berger had seen was real. The living brain was a sea of electrical waves, each rise and fall corresponding to collective activity of millions of neurons. By the mid-20th century, EEG technology spread quickly. Hospitals used it to diagnose epilepsy, sleep disorders, and coma states. Neurologists could now see the brain's rhythms, alpha waves of calm, beta waves of alertness, delta waves of deep sleep, playing across paper like music. For the first time, consciousness could be tracked as a pattern of energy, rather than just a philosophical idea. When someone drifted into sleep, their brain slowed to long, deep oscillations. When they woke, the patterns quickened. When anesthetized, the waves flattened into near silence. It was a revelation, but also a confusion. If electrical activity accompanied thought, did that mean electricity was thought? Scientists were careful not to claim so. Berger himself remained cautious and deeply introspective about his work. He saw in his recordings not proof of telepathy as he once hoped, but proof that the brain was a dynamic organ of information. Unfortunately, the same obsessiveness that drove him also isolated him. His later life was marked by depression and self-doubt, and in 1941, overwhelmed by the pressures of war and academic rejection, Hans Berger took his own life. He never saw how far his discovery would go, but his work changed everything. Once scientists realized that mental states could be correlated with physical activity, the race began to map what parts of the brain corresponded to what experiences. In the 1940s and 50s, neurosurgeons Wilder Penfield and Herbert Jasper took a bold approach. While operating on patients with epilepsy, they stimulated tiny areas of the exposed cortex with electrical currents and asked patients what they felt. Sometimes they saw flashes of light. Other times they heard sounds, smelled odours, or vividly re-experienced long-buried memories. These strange, almost cinematic episodes revealed something profound. Stimulating certain neural regions could trigger fragments of consciousness. Penfield drew the first functional maps of the brain, where touch, vision, hearing, and movement were processed, and began to understand that consciousness is not one thing, but a symphony of localized experiences bound together. The brain was not merely generating electricity, it was orchestrating patterns that corresponded to the richness of perception itself. Through the 1960s and 70s, new technologies expanded this view. The invention of computed tomography and later magnetic resonance imaging let scientists peer inside the skull without surgery, showing structures in exquisite detail. EEGs were still used, but now combined with imaging they could pinpoint which areas lit up during particular tasks. Researchers discovered that even simple actions, reading, imagining, recalling a face, activated networks across multiple regions. The mind was not housed in a single place. It was an emergent property of connectivity. By the 1980s and 90s, the question shifted from where consciousness occurs to how it arises. Two scientists in particular pushed this frontier. Francis Crick, the co-discoverer of the DNA double helix, and his collaborator Christoph Koch. Crick, after decoding the secret of life, turned his attention to the secret of awareness. He argued that consciousness was not mystical or separate from biology. It was a biological process like any other, grounded in neurons and chemistry. In 1990, Crick and Koch published a landmark paper proposing the search for what they called the neural correlates of consciousness, or NCC. The idea was to identify the specific neural events that correspond to a conscious experience. For instance, if you look at a red apple, somewhere in your brain there are neurons whose activity is the experience of redness. Find them, they said, and you find the building blocks of awareness. This was not an attempt to reduce consciousness to simplicity, but to find where physics meets experience. Their approach inspired laboratories worldwide. Using electrodes, brain scanners, and computational models, scientists began tracing perception in real time. They found that conscious experience involves not just activation of sensory areas, but feedback loops, information flowing forward and backward between brain regions, integrating data into a unified whole. In this view, a thought is not a single spark, but a network igniting and synchronizing. When enough regions resonate together at certain frequencies, roughly between 30 and 90 cycles per second in humans, awareness emerges. When those connections falter, as in deep sleep or anesthesia, consciousness fades. It was as if the mind were a radio station, broadcasting only when the circuits hummed in harmony. Of course, even with these discoveries, no one can yet explain why those patterns feel like something from the inside. That is the so-called hard problem of consciousness. How physical processes create subjective experience. EEGs and brain scans show us what happens when we think, but not why it feels like thinking. Still, the progress has been astonishing. In the space of less than a century, we went from guessing at invisible thoughts to recording their electrical footprints, mapping their geography, and tracing their rhythms. Every blink, every dream, every passing idea leaves a measurable signature. Consciousness has become, at least partially, observable. Modern neuroscience continues to build on Bourget's fragile beginnings. Advanced techniques like magnetoencephalography, functional MRI, and intracranial recordings now measure brain activity with incredible precision. Scientists can tell when a patient under anesthesia begins to regain awareness, or when a sleeping mind drifts into REM dreams. They can even detect patterns suggesting residual consciousness in patients who appear unresponsive. The ethical and philosophical implications are immense. If a mind can be detected when it cannot speak, what does that say about the boundaries of life and awareness? Yet for all our data, the mystery remains. What Berger saw in those first flickering waves is still what we see today. Electricity dancing in the dark, somehow turning into thought. Each line on the EEG is both a measurement and a metaphor, a visible reminder that the most private part of us is at its core a physical process. But knowing that does not make it less profound. Maybe the wonder lies not in solving the mystery, but in realizing that the mystery itself is measurable. For the first time, the invisible became visible. The mind revealed itself, not completely, but enough for us to glimpse its architecture. From that moment on, consciousness was no longer only the domain of poets and philosophers. It was a phenomenon that could be studied, graphed, and understood, at least partly, with the same tools we use to study stars and atoms. Hans Berger could not have known that his fragile waves would become the foundation for modern cognitive science, for brain-computer interfaces, for the possibility of machines that might one day share our awareness. He sought proof of the unseen, and found it, though not in the form he expected. In that sense, his life's work mirrored the very phenomenon he studied, a brief, flickering signal, filled with meaning, that continues to ripple outward long after its source has gone silent. If you were a bat, would you know it? The question sounds absurd, a kind of late-night philosophical joke, but that single line has shaped half a century of debate about consciousness. It comes from the American philosopher Thomas Nagel, who in the year 1974 published an essay that changed the way modern philosophy speaks about the mind. Nagel asked something deceptively simple. What is it like to be another creature? Not what does it do, or how does it behave, but what is it like from the inside? That word like contains the entire mystery of consciousness, the sense that experience is always personal, that there is something it feels like to exist, and that no amount of external measurement can fully capture it. To understand why Nagel's question struck so deeply, we need to look back several centuries to when science and philosophy were first trying to describe what the mind even was. In the 17th century, the French philosopher René Descartes looked at the human body and saw a machine, a beautiful, complex biological automaton. Its movements, he thought, could be explained by physics and mechanics. But when he turned his attention inward, to his own awareness, he found something he could not reduce to matter. The fact that he could doubt meant there must be a mind separate from the material world. From this he wrote his famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. It was not biology that convinced him of his own existence, but thought itself. Descartes' conclusion divided the universe in two. On one side was the physical world, measurable, predictable, mechanical. On the other was the mental world of consciousness, invisible, but undeniable. The body, he said, was made of matter. The mind was made of something else entirely. This view became known as dualism, and it dominated Western thought for centuries. It made sense in a world where religion still framed the cosmos. The soul was not a metaphor. It was a substance distinct from flesh. Dualism gave the mind a kind of sacred immunity from the laws of physics. But dualism came with a problem. If the mind and body are separate substances, how do they interact? How does an immaterial thought cause a material arm to move? Descartes suggested that the connection happened somewhere deep inside the brain, perhaps in the pineal gland, which he saw as the seat of the soul. The idea didn't last long. As science advanced, it became clear that no special bridge existed between mind and matter. Every movement, every sensation, every emotion traced back to the same biological fabric. Still, the intuitive appeal of dualism lingered. Even now, when we talk about mind over matter or body and soul, we echo Descartes' divide. By the 18th century, philosophers began trying to close that gap. The Enlightenment shifted attention toward reason and empiricism. If the universe followed natural laws, then perhaps the mind did too. Thinkers like David Hume in Scotland and Immanuel Kant in Germany began to analyse consciousness not as a supernatural essence, but as a process of perception. Hume argued that the self is not a fixed entity, but a bundle of perceptions constantly changing, a stream of sensations and memories stitched together by habit. Kant countered that while perception gives us experiences, something in the mind organises them, a structure that shapes how we experience space, time, and causality. To him, the world as we know it is always filtered through the architecture of our consciousness. This line of thought introduced a new idea. Maybe the mind is not a thing, but a way of organising the world. By the 19th century, this idea grew alongside the birth of psychology and the first scientific approaches to mental life. Wilhelm Wundt in Germany opened the first experimental psychology lab in 1879, trying to measure reaction times and sensations. Philosophers like William James in America expanded the conversation further. James described consciousness as a stream, continuous and fluid, not broken into parts. He rejected the notion of a detached soul steering the body. To him, the mind was not separate from life. It was life, experience from within. The 20th century brought a different kind of challenge. As behaviorism rose in psychology, many scientists decided that consciousness was too subjective to study. If it couldn't be measured, it wasn't scientific. B.F. Skinner, one of behaviorism's leading voices, insisted that all mental states were simply names for observable behaviour. When we say someone feels pain, we're describing patterns of reaction, not inner experience. The mind, in this view, was a black box, input and output without needing to know what happens in between. But ignoring experience created its own problems. By mid-century it became clear that behaviorism couldn't explain phenomena like imagination, memory or creativity. A new movement, the cognitive revolution, reintroduced the mind as something to be studied again. The brain was increasingly seen as an information processor, a kind of biological computer. That comparison helped psychology gain rigour, but it also introduced another blind spot. A computer can process data, but does it feel like anything to be that computer? Is information the same as experience? This is the question Nagel inherited in the 1970s, and it is why he chose the bat. A bat is an intelligent mammal, not too far from us biologically, yet its sensory world is completely alien. It navigates by echolocation, perceiving space through bursts of high-frequency sound. Nagel asked readers to imagine what it is like to be such a creature, to experience reality not through sight but through echoes, not through touch but through vibrations. No matter how much we study its brain or behaviour, we will never know the subjective feel of that world. We can describe how the bat's senses work, but not what those sensations are like from the inside. Nagel's point was that every conscious being has a subjective perspective that cannot be reduced to objective data. There is something it is like to be you, and something it is like to be me, and both are inaccessible from the outside. The experience of redness, the taste of coffee, the sadness of loss, all are private events. Neuroscience can show which neurons fire, but it cannot translate firing into feeling. The problem is not that we lack technology, but that subjectivity is the very thing science cannot stand outside of. Philosophers call this the hard problem of consciousness, explaining why physical processes produce subjective experience at all. When your eyes see light of 650 nanometers, your brain registers the wavelength, but it also produces the feeling of red. Why does the brain not simply process information without awareness? Why is there a you who experiences it? Different thinkers have tried to answer this in different ways. Some, like Daniel Dennett, argue that consciousness is not as mysterious as we think, that it's a kind of narrative illusion produced by the brain's multiple competing processes. Others, like David Chalmers, insist that awareness cannot be fully explained by physics. Perhaps, he suggests, consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, like gravity or mass woven into reality itself. Nagel himself never claimed to solve the problem. His essay was more of a warning that if we ignore subjectivity, we miss the very thing we are trying to understand. These philosophical divides echo the centuries-old tension between dualism and materialism. Descartes said, mind and body are separate. Modern neuroscience says they are one. Nagel and Chalmers stand somewhere in between, arguing that reducing experience to matter alone misses something essential. What unites them all is a kind of humility before the problem. Even scientists who map brain activity in exquisite detail often admit they are still peering through fog. They can trace every electrical pulse, every chemical cascade, yet the question, why does it feel like something, remains unanswered. Consciousness may be the last frontier where philosophy and science are forced to hold hands, where the tools of logic meet the limits of experience. Philosophy's value here is not in solving the mystery, but in keeping it visible. It reminds us that no matter how precisely we measure, there is always something left out: the first-person view. A world described entirely from the outside might be complete in data, but empty in meaning. That is the tension at the heart of consciousness studies. Objectivity seeks to erase perspective, but perspective is what makes the world appear at all. And so the question remains, hovering quietly between disciplines: can we ever truly understand experience from the inside out? Or is consciousness one of those things we can only be, not fully explain? When Thomas Nagel asked what it is like to be a bat, he wasn't asking about bats. He was asking about us. He was reminding us that the feeling of being, the spark of awareness behind every sensation, is not a scientific variable to be eliminated, but the foundation of everything we know. Before there were measurements or theories or data, there was experience. It is the first fact and perhaps the last mystery. It begins with a shape, not a tool, not a weapon, not even something useful, but a sphere. A shape so simple and yet so deliberate that it should not exist by accident. Around 1,400,000 years ago, in the heat and dust of the Jordan Rift Valley, someone sat beside a lake that no longer exists. The air shimmered with the hum of insects. Hippopotamuses wallowed in the shallows, and elephants moved through the grass at a distance, and in that quiet one of our ancient relatives picked up a lump of limestone and began to strike it. Not randomly, not with the chaotic rhythm of cracking a nut or shaping a scraper, but with care. Flake by flake they chipped away the rough edges, rotating the stone, adjusting pressure, checking symmetry. What remained was something no natural process could create: a perfectly rounded sphere, polished by intention, smooth under the palm. That sphere, and over 150 others like it, were discovered at a site called Ubeidiya in modern-day Israel. To the untrained eye, they look unremarkable, like river stones. But archaeologists quickly noticed that these were not eroded by water. They were made, methodically shaped by human hands, or rather pre-human ones. The site itself is one of the oldest evidence of human presence outside Africa, a fossilized lakeshore frozen in time. It has yielded the bones of extinct elephants, giant buffalo, saber-toothed cats, and tools belonging to early members of the genus Homo. But among all that evidence of survival, of cutting, scraping, butchering, these spheres stand apart. They serve no practical function that we can identify, and that makes them astonishing. In the world of early humans, effort meant energy. Every strike of stone cost calories, which meant food. In an environment where survival was precarious and every movement carried risk, shaping a stone to geometric perfection with no apparent purpose was an act that transcended need. It suggests something new had emerged, a mind capable of thinking not only about how to do something, but what it should look like. Archaeologists call these objects spheroids. They have been found across Africa, Europe, and Asia, spanning hundreds of thousands of years. But the ones at Ubeidiya are the oldest known that show unmistakable signs of deliberate geometric shaping. In the year 2023, a team from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, led by Antoine Mueller, used three-dimensional scanning to analyse them in detail. What they found confirmed what earlier researchers had suspected. The stones were not random byproducts of tool-making. Their surfaces revealed a pattern of strikes, carefully controlled to achieve balance and symmetry. The shaping was intentional, following a methodical sequence that refined the form from irregular lump to near-perfect sphere. The artisans were not just reacting to the stone, they were imagining an outcome and working toward it. This kind of intentional geometry is something we take for granted today, but for a mind 1.5 million years old, it implies an astonishing leap. To envision a symmetrical form is to abstract. It requires understanding that a shape can exist in the mind before it exists in the world. It is the first glimmer of mental projection, the ability to hold a concept and manifest it through action. This is not instinct. This is imagination. What might these spheres have meant? That question has haunted archaeologists since the first examples were discovered in the 19th century. Some argue they were used as hammerstones or weights, others as projectiles for hunting. But most of these explanations crumble under scrutiny. Their surfaces are too finely finished for rough work, their balance too perfect for practical use. Even in experiments where researchers replicated them with ancient techniques, it took hours of focused, skilled labour to reach that precision. And once made, they showed no signs of wear. So what if the point wasn't utility at all? What if these early humans, or human relatives, made them simply because they wanted to? Because there was satisfaction in completion, beauty in balance, perhaps even meaning in the act of shaping something that had never existed before. This, some scholars suggest, may be the earliest trace of aesthetic behaviour. Aesthetics is not decoration. It is the recognition that form itself can hold value. To create symmetry for symmetry's sake is to perceive beauty as something worth pursuing. The Ubeidiya spheres therefore hint at something profound, a world where thought had begun to reach beyond survival. Their makers were likely Homo erectus, or another early species close to that lineage. These beings already walked upright, used fire on occasion, and travelled vast distances. But this is something different. This is geometry without function, intention without necessity. If we hold one of these spheroids today, we feel more than cold stone. We feel contact with the first whisper of conscious design. The moment matter became thought. Each rounded surface represents thousands of small decisions. Where to strike, how hard, when to stop. Too many hits, and the symmetry is ruined. Too few, and the sphere remains imperfect. It is a delicate negotiation between mind, hand, and gravity. And what makes it extraordinary is that it appears to have been repeated again and again by different individuals, suggesting that the idea itself was shared. The maker was not alone in seeing meaning in form. There was already culture, the transmission of a mental concept through example. The context of Ubeidiya adds another layer of wonder. The site lies near the ancient shores of what was once a vast freshwater lake, in a landscape that during wetter periods supported elephants, hippos, deer, and early humans. Here, rivers carried stones from surrounding hills, depositing them along the banks. Someone gathered these stones and began the long, slow work of reshaping them. When they were finished, they might have kept them, displayed them, or perhaps simply left them behind. It is impossible to know. What we can say is that these objects outlasted everything else. When researchers examined them under microscopes, they noticed that some had been treated repeatedly, their surfaces smoothed by skin and time. Others were perfectly preserved, suggesting they might have been kept aside, even treasured. These are small traces, but they paint a picture of beings beginning to look at their world and see more than resources. To imagine, to play, to perfect. These are not just acts of survival. They are acts of awareness. Some scientists caution that we should not romanticize. The spheres could still have been tools for which we simply haven't found the purpose. Perhaps they served a social function, like tokens exchanged or markers of skill. But even that interpretation points toward complex cognition. To mark skill, one must understand reputation. To exchange an object, one must understand value. It is humbling to consider how far back such cognition may reach. 1,400,000 years is an incomprehensible span, enough to erase entire landscapes, to turn lakes into deserts and mountains into dust. Yet these stones remain. Their simplicity hides the magnitude of what they represent, the dawn of abstract thought. If we could watch their makers at work, we might not recognize much of ourselves in their faces. Their bodies were stockier, their skulls lower and thicker, their eyes shadowed under heavy brows. Their speech, if any, would have sounded nothing like ours. But in that rhythmic tapping, in the rotation of the wrist, in the concentration required to chase symmetry across every surface, there is a trace of something unmistakably human, the spark that turns motion into meaning. The Ubeidiya spheroids ask us to rethink what counts as intelligence. Perhaps awareness did not arrive suddenly, like a light switching on in the brain of modern humans. Perhaps it grew gradually, in the slow discipline of shaping stone, in the satisfaction of pattern, in the recognition that beauty can exist without purpose. These spheres are not crude accidents of instinct. They are the first whispers of design. Modern scanning technology can now measure their precision, down to fractions of a millimetre. Some are so symmetrical they rival machine-made objects. But the true miracle is not in their perfection. It is in the thought that drove their creation. For here, at the edge of deep time, a mind decided to make something just so. We can only imagine what that mind felt as the sphere took form. Was there pride, curiosity, the simple rhythm of focus? These questions, like the shapes themselves, lead nowhere definite. They remind us that consciousness is not an invention of the modern age, but a continuum stretching back through countless hands and minds. Standing today at the dusty mound of Ubeidiya, there is little left to see. The lake is gone, the vegetation has changed. But beneath the surface the stones remain, their roundness immune to erosion, their meaning undecided. They are the earliest echoes of thought as art, our first evidence that someone long before us looked at the world and wanted to make it more symmetrical. Perhaps that was the first mind, not one that asked why things are, but one that realized they could be otherwise. 500,000 years ago, someone sat beside a slow tropical river on the island of Java and did something no other creature had ever done. They picked up a shell, ran a sharp tool across its smooth surface, and carved a pattern. Not a random scratch or accidental gouge, but a deliberate series of lines, angled, parallel, intersecting in a geometric rhythm. It wasn't food, and it wasn't a tool. It was something else entirely. That shell, now known as the Trinil engraving, lay buried for almost 500,000 years beneath the mud of the Solo River. When it was first uncovered in the late 19th century, no one noticed the markings at all. The story begins in 1891, when the Dutch anatomist Eugène Dubois, driven by an obsession to find the so-called missing link, set up camp on the banks of that river. He believed that the key to human origins was hidden somewhere in the tropics, not in Europe. After years of back-breaking excavation under the blistering Javanese sun, Dubois' team found what he'd been searching for: a skull cap, a femur, and a tooth from a creature unlike anything known. It walked upright like a human, but had the heavy brow and small brain of an ape. Dubois named it Pithecanthropus erectus, the upright ape man. The world would later know it as Homo erectus. The site at Trinil yielded not just bones, but a treasure trove of other fossils, animal bones, river sediments, and hundreds of freshwater shells from an extinct species of mussel. Dubois boxed them up, catalogued them, and shipped them to the Netherlands. There they sat, untouched, for more than a century. It wasn't until the early 21st century that someone decided to look closer. In the year 2014, a team of researchers led by Josephine Jordans at Leiden University opened Dubois' old collection. Among the shells, one caught their attention. Under the soft glare of a microscope, faint lines appeared, fine, sharp, and unmistakably deliberate. They formed a zigzag pattern unlike any natural fracture or abrasion. The edges of the grooves were clean, their depth consistent, and crucially, they crossed the natural ridges of the shell, meaning they had been carved after the shell had already fossilized. The conclusion was inescapable. 500,000 years ago, someone had taken a tool and made this engraving on purpose. The team ran experiments to see how such markings might have been made. They found that only a very fine, sharp tool could reproduce the same precision. Stone flakes from the same site worked perfectly. When modern researchers tried to replicate the motion, they discovered that it took both patience and control, steady pressure, consistent angle, repeated strokes. This wasn't the absent-minded doodle of an animal poking at a surface. It was a controlled act requiring focus and intention. Even more remarkable was the realization that the maker was not a modern human. The species living in Java at the time was Homo erectus, the same one Dubois had discovered. These early humans had brains about 2/3 the size of ours, but already showed evidence of complex behaviour. They used fire, hunted cooperatively, and spread across vast regions of Africa and Asia. But this engraving pushed their abilities further than anyone had imagined. It suggested not just intelligence, but abstraction, the capacity to make a mark that stood for something beyond immediate utility. The shell itself tells another layer of the story. Many of the mussel shells from Trinil bore small holes near the hinge, as if something had pierced them neatly. Under magnification, these holes turned out to have been made with a pointed tool. The scientists realized what had happened. Homo erectus had learned to open the shells not by smashing them, but by using a sharp implement to sever the muscle that held them closed. In other words, they had discovered how to eat shellfish with surgical efficiency. Once opened, the shell might have been used as a scraper, as the edges of several specimens showed wear marks consistent with cutting or shaping plant material. But the engraved one was different. Its lines had no functional purpose. It wasn't used for cutting or scraping afterward. It had been carved and then kept. That single pattern, just a few lines on a shell, has provoked some of the deepest debates in paleoarchaeology. Was it art? Was it a form of communication? Or was it simply an idle experiment, a moment of curiosity frozen in time? The answer depends on how we define art. To modern humans, art is an intentional expression of meaning or emotion, but meaning itself evolves. To an early human, perhaps the act of making marks, of leaving a trace that did not exist before, was already profound enough. Some scientists hesitate to call it art, preferring the term abstract marking. Others argue that such caution misses the point. The engraved shell shows that Homo erectus could think symbolically. They could imagine a pattern and impose it on the world. That is, at its core, the essence of creativity. The precision of the engraving hints that the maker took time. To carve on a hard shell with a stone flake requires not just strength, but patience and repetition. The angle of the lines suggests that the person rotated the shell while working, maintaining symmetry as if following a plan. It was not random. It was methodical. And that is perhaps the most moving part. In a world with no writing, no spoken language as we know it, someone still felt the impulse to make a design. Archaeologists have found similar zigzag patterns in much later contexts, etched onto ochre chunks in South African caves by Homo sapiens around 70,000 years ago. but the Trinil engraving predates those by hundreds of thousands of years. This pushes back the timeline of abstract thought dramatically. It suggests that the roots of artistic behaviour are not unique to us, but reach far deeper into our evolutionary past. When researchers dated the sediments around the Trinil shells, they confirmed the age, between 400 and 500,000 years old. This means that Homo erectus in Java was not just surviving, they were observing, experimenting, creating. The engraved shell may have been kept as a personal object. Its surface shows subtle polishing, as if it had been handled often. Maybe it was a kind of ornament, a token of ownership or a mark of skill. Or maybe it was simply admired for the way it caught the light, the zigzags gleaming faintly against the curve of the shell. To imagine that moment is to witness consciousness in motion. A being sits by the riverbank, having finished eating the meat from inside the shell. The sun is setting through the dense Javanese forest. They take the empty shell and begin to scratch lines into it, not because they have to, but because they can. Each stroke is an act of quiet experimentation. What happens if I do this? Perhaps the pattern pleases them. Perhaps they set it aside, unaware that 500,000 years later, those faint lines would be seen as the earliest evidence of symbolic thought. In scientific terms, what the engraving reveals is the capacity for mark-making, the fundamental behaviour that underlies writing, art and symbolism. To make a mark is to assert agency over the environment, to leave something that persists beyond the moment. It is one of the first signs that the mind has begun to externalise itself. Before there were stories, there were patterns. Before there were gods or art or memory, there were lines on a shell. It is tempting to ask why Homo erectus stopped there. If they could carve, why didn't they continue to create more complex designs? Why didn't art flourish 500,000 years earlier? The answer may lie in the limits of culture and communication. Creativity needs not just the ability to imagine, but the ability to share. One person may have invented the idea of carving, but without social systems to preserve and teach it, that idea may have died with them. Perhaps there were many such sparks, small experiments in meaning that flared briefly and vanished. Still, even a single example tells us something extraordinary. It tells us that Homo erectus had the capacity for introspection, that they were curious about cause and effect not only in nature, but in form, that they could plan an action whose result was aesthetic rather than functional, and perhaps, just perhaps, that they felt the same satisfaction in completion that any artist feels today. When scientists reconstructed the pattern digitally, the zigzags appeared remarkably elegant, balanced and rhythmic. It looks simple, but it has intent. Some lines are deeper than others, implying multiple passes of the tool, suggesting that the maker cared enough to refine it. The engraving may have no message we can decode, but it speaks nonetheless. It says, "I was here and I was thinking." In the end, what makes the Trinil shell so powerful is not what it tells us about them, but what it tells us about ourselves. We tend to draw a line between before art and after art, between animal behaviour and human culture. But the line on that shell blurs the boundary completely. It shows that the urge to create, to impose pattern, to find meaning, was not a sudden arrival, but a long, slow awakening. The hand that carved it was guided by the same mysterious impulse that would, hundreds of millennia later, paint lions and horses on cave walls, compose music, or write philosophy. It is humbling to think that the earliest art may have come from a mind that never knew it was making art at all. Around 1 million years ago, something strange began to appear across Africa's riverbanks and savannas. Scattered among the bones of ancient elephants and the cracked stones of butchering sites, there emerged tools that looked less like mere instruments of survival and more like statements of intent. They were sharp, yes. They could cut meat, dig roots, scrape hides, but they were also balanced, elegant, shaped with a precision that went far beyond what necessity demanded. They were hand axes. Teardrop-shaped stones flaked symmetrically on both sides until they reached a near-perfect form. They are among the longest-lasting artefacts in human history, spanning from roughly 1,200,000 years ago to about 700,000 years ago, spreading from Africa to Eurasia. But their mystery is not that they worked, it's that they looked good. Archaeologists call this the Apulian tradition, named after a site in Saint-Achel, France, where these tools were first recognised in the 19th century. But their story begins much earlier in Africa, with Homo erectus. By this point, Homo erectus had already mastered controlled flaking fire use and large-scale movement across continents. They hunted and scavenged with intelligence. Yet the hand axe represents something deeper than survival. It is the first artefact that suggests an aesthetic standard, a sense that form could hold meaning beyond function. If you hold one today, its symmetry is striking. Both faces mirror each other, converging to a precise pointed tip. The edges curve in clean arcs, neither too thin to break nor too thick to be clumsy. The flaking follows an invisible geometry, each strike angled just enough to shape but not shatter. To make one requires a mind that can visualize a finished object before it exists, and then perform dozens, sometimes hundreds, of precise movements to bring that image into being. It is the earliest evidence we have for planning depth, the ability to imagine a distant goal and patiently work toward it. Earlier stone tools made by Homo habilis, or other early humans known as Alderman tools, were crude by comparison, simple flakes struck from cores for immediate use. Useful, yes, but improvisational. The Acheulean hand axe marks a new kind of cognition. It requires recursive thought, thinking about one's thinking. To strike symmetrically, the maker must constantly monitor feedback, adjust angle, anticipate fracture, correct error. In short, they must imagine perfection, miss it, and try again. That repetition is not instinct, it's reflection. Experiments with modern flint knappers, people who recreate ancient stone tools, show that even skilled artisans need hours to shape a truly symmetrical hand axe. They must hold an internal model of the desired form in memory while navigating the unpredictable behaviour of stone. That means the maker's prefrontal cortex, the brain region linked with planning, decision-making and self-monitoring, was already playing a major role. Hand axes, then, are not just tools, they are fossils of thought. But here's the mystery. Not all of them were used. Many Acheulean hand axes show little to no wear, as if they were made, admired, and then left behind. Some are far too large or thin to have been practical for cutting or digging. Archaeologists have even found caches of perfectly shaped, unused hand axes at sites like Olorgesailie in Kenya and Kalambo Falls in Zambia. They seem almost ceremonial, as though they were made to be seen. This raises an extraordinary possibility. Perhaps beauty itself had begun to matter. Beauty, of course, is a loaded word. It doesn't mean the same thing to every culture, or even to every brain. But at its root, beauty is about pattern recognition and emotional resonance. We find symmetry pleasing because it signals order and control. In the natural world, symmetry often correlates with health and balance, two things evolution rewards. So when Homo erectus made symmetrical hand axes, they may have been tapping into something deeper than functionality, a neurological bias toward harmony. Some researchers have gone so far as to suggest that hand axes were an early form of display behaviour, not unlike a peacock's tail. In this interpretation, a perfectly shaped hand axe could have been a signal, proof of skill, intelligence, and patience. In other words, craftsmanship might have been attractive. A well-made hand axe could demonstrate fitness not just for survival, but for social standing. Those who could make them well showed control over matter and mind alike. And for a species that was increasingly social, such demonstrations could have had value in choosing mates, forming alliances, or establishing reputation. Whether or not they were used for show, the consistency of Acheulean symmetry across continents is remarkable. From the Rift Valley of Kenya to the river terraces of India and the plains of France, the same elegant shapes recur over hundreds of thousands of years. This implies not just imitation, but cultural transmission, a shared sense of what right looked like. Ideas were spreading, not just genes, and within that shared template lies something recognisably human, the urge to create order out of chaos. One can imagine an early human kneeling beside a river, selecting a large piece of flint or basalt, and beginning the process. The first strikes are rough, loud, almost violent. Then, as the shape emerges, the blows become lighter, more deliberate. Each chip brings the object closer to balance. There is rhythm in the act, almost musical. When finished, the stone rests in the palm, cool and smooth, a teardrop of geometry that catches the light. Perhaps the maker smiles just for a moment before setting it down. This moment, this quiet satisfaction, is the essence of aesthetic consciousness. It's not about utility, it's about recognition, the awareness that something is complete, pleasing, or right. It's the same feeling an artist or engineer might experience today when a line fits perfectly, when a curve feels inevitable. That feeling is ancient. It may have started here. Some of the most beautiful Acheulean examples come from the site of Cathupan in South Africa, where hand axes display remarkable precision. Their edges are so evenly balanced that even under modern laser scanning, the symmetry is nearly perfect. And yet, these were made hundreds of thousands of years before writing, music, or art. This tells us that aesthetic intelligence, an ability to appreciate and create balance, predates symbolic culture by an immense stretch of time. In cognitive terms, this development likely correlates with the expansion of the prefrontal cortex in Homo erectus. Endocasts, internal impressions of fossil skulls, show that this region was enlarging compared to earlier species. The prefrontal cortex is where complex planning, error monitoring, and abstract reasoning happen. In modern humans, it's also linked to our sense of aesthetics and moral judgment, the ability to evaluate not just how something is done, but whether it feels right. The hand axe could thus represent one of the first external expressions of that inner circuitry. And yet, it's important to remember that Homo erectus didn't know they were making art. They weren't reflecting on beauty as a concept or teaching symmetry in schools of philosophy. Their world was immediate, physical and practical. The beauty of the hand axe was not an aesthetic choice in the modern sense, but a byproduct of a deeper mental evolution, the emergence of intentional form. What makes these tools so compelling is their universality. Over the course of 500,000 years across multiple continents, humans continued to make them with almost no change in design. That kind of stability is rare in nature. It suggests that once this pattern of thought emerged, it stuck. The hand axe became a cognitive anchor, a symbol of order in a chaotic world. Modern psychologists sometimes describe a state called flow, when a person becomes fully absorbed in a task, losing awareness of time and self. Flint knapping can induce such a state. The rhythm of striking, the feedback of sound and vibration, the anticipation of fracture, all combine into a kind of meditative precision. Perhaps Homo erectus experienced something like this. The making of a hand axe could have been both practical and deeply personal, a meeting point between mind, muscle and stone. There's also evidence that these tools shaped social learning. Making a good hand axe requires more than observation. It demands teaching. Studies of modern humans learning ancient knapping techniques show that verbal instruction dramatically improves success rates. This hints that some form of structured communication, gestures, proto-language, or demonstration must have accompanied the Acheulean craft. Each generation would have passed down not just technique, but standards of symmetry, transmitting a shared mental model of perfection. And in that act of teaching lies another dimension of consciousness, the awareness of others' minds. To teach, one must understand that another being can learn, that their perspective can be changed by demonstration. This ability, known as theory of mind, is foundational to empathy, cooperation and culture. The hand axe, then, may not only reflect an individual's cognition, but the birth of collective intelligence. Yet for all its sophistication, the Acheulean tradition eventually faded. Around 700,000 years ago, new tool technologies began to emerge. Flake-based industries replaced the heavy symmetry of hand axes with lighter, more specialized implements. But the aesthetic legacy remained. The idea that form could reflect thought, that precision could embody purpose, endured. When we look at a hand axe today behind the glass of a museum, it is easy to see it as just another artifact of prehistory, a relic of survival. But to look longer is to see something else, the first evidence that the human mind could shape matter, not only for need, but for meaning. Each one carries the trace of a maker who looked at raw stone and saw possibility. In a world without art galleries, without words, without even names, Homo erectus found beauty in balance. They discovered that even a simple curve could feel complete. That act, of taking chaos and making it symmetrical might be the oldest expression of what we now call thought. Perhaps in the rhythm of their hands they heard something new, the sound of a mind beginning to recognize itself. Nearly 500,000 years ago, near the edge of what is now Zambia's border with Tanzania, a waterfall thundered into a misty gorge. The air at Kalambo Falls would have shimmered with humidity, the scent of wet earth rising with the spray. Forests stretched thick and green, rich with fruit and wildlife, and beside the river, where the sound of the rushing water softened into a low, endless roar, someone stopped, looked at 2 logs lying in the mud, and did something no animal had ever done before. They joined them. It was not by chance. One log was notched, its bark carefully stripped, a groove carved deep across the grain. The other was cut flat on one end, fitted neatly into the notch of the first, locking them together. The join was precise and deliberate, a wooden joint, made almost 500,000 years before the first known villages or temples. It was the earliest evidence of humans building something that had never existed before, a structure that required imagination. When archaeologists uncovered this site at Kalambo Falls, they were astonished. For decades, wood had been absent from the story of deep prehistory, not because it wasn't used, but because it rarely survives. It rots, burns, or is washed away. Only in exceptional conditions, anaerobic mud, waterlogged sediments, perfect humidity, can wood endure long enough to speak across time. The Kalambo Falls discovery was one of those rare miracles. Preserved under layers of river silt, the logs had survived intact, still joined exactly as they were left, roughly 470,000 years ago. The excavation team, led by Professor Larry Barham from the University of Liverpool, announced the find in the year 2023. Their research showed clear evidence that whoever built the structure used stone tools to cut, shape, and fit the pieces together. The precision of the notching revealed an understanding of how to manipulate materials with forethought. One log had been intentionally flattened, the other cut across its curve. When slotted together, they formed a stable surface, a kind of platform. It might have served as the base for a shelter, a walkway, or even a working surface near the river. We will never know for certain. What matters is that it existed by design. Until this discovery, the oldest known use of wood in construction was much later, tens of thousands of years younger. Kalambo Falls pushed that record back by centuries of millennia. It tells us that nearly 500,000 years ago, humans, or perhaps their close relatives, were already thinking spatially, conceptually, and collectively. They weren't just surviving in the landscape, they were altering it. The site itself has long been a place of wonder. Kalambo Falls is one of Africa's tallest waterfalls, a sheer drop of over 200 metres carved into Precambrian rock. Even today it is an otherworldly place, lush, secluded, and filled with the sound of moving water. The gorge creates a natural microclimate, cooler and wetter than the surrounding plains. It would have offered both abundant resources and protection. For early humans, this was prime real estate. The river teemed with fish, the forest with game, and the cliffs provided shelter from predators. It is easy to imagine small groups gathering here seasonally, repairing tools, sharing food, and on occasion, building. The key to the Kalambo structure lies in intention. A creature that uses a stick as a tool is solving a momentary problem. But to join 2 pieces of wood into a stable form requires something else, planning across time. The maker had to foresee the final shape before beginning, select the right pieces, modify them with precision, and understand the properties of wood, its grain, flexibility, and strength. It is a sequence of abstract reasoning steps. In cognitive terms, it marks the transition from tool use to design. When the team examined microscopic wear patterns on the logs, they found evidence of cutting and scraping marks made by stone tools. These weren't random nicks. They showed directional control, parallel striations where an edge had been drawn purposefully along the surface. Whoever did this was not experimenting blindly. They were following a plan. This makes Kalambo Falls one of the earliest examples of applied engineering. It's humbling to picture the scene. A small band of humans, perhaps Homo heidelbergensis or late Homo erectus, stand beside the river, their hands stained with sap and mud. One of them gestures, showing how two pieces should fit. Another holds a stone hand axe, its edge bright from recent sharpening. Together they cut, lift and slot the logs into place. When it's done, they test the structure with cautious weight. It holds. For the first time in prehistory, the world contained something that was not shaped by erosion or wind or instinct, but by thought. This act may seem simple, but it is profound. Building anything requires imagination in 3 dimensions. It means thinking about balance, support, and consequence. It means predicting how materials behave before they are assembled. That kind of foresight is a cognitive leap, tied closely to the brain's prefrontal regions, the same systems that, hundreds of thousands of years later, would allow our species to plan cities, compose music, and send machines into orbit. Kalambo Falls is a faint, ancient echo of that same neural architecture beginning to spark. There is also evidence that the builders reused the site. Layers of sediment reveal repeated occupation stretching across hundreds of thousands of years. People came back season after season, generation after generation. They made new tools, butchered animals, and occasionally built again. The environment would have changed around them, the river shifting, the vegetation evolving, but the instinct to return, to maintain a familiar place, shows continuity. Memory was at work. Woodworking at this level also implies cooperation. Moving heavy logs, cutting notches, fitting joints. None of this can be done easily alone. It requires communication, shared attention, and a sense of common goal. These are the building blocks of social cognition. To coordinate such effort, they must have shared an understanding of intent. I know what you mean when you point. I see what you are trying to do. I help you finish it. That awareness of others' minds is one of the hallmarks of conscious thought. What did the finished structure look like? We can only speculate. The 2 joined logs could have been part of a platform over soft ground, perhaps to keep food dry or to provide a clean workspace. They might have formed the foundation for a simple shelter of branches and leaves raised slightly above the damp forest floor. Whatever it was, it marks the beginning of construction as a way of shaping space, of creating a human domain distinct from the wilderness around it. Professor Barham, who led the excavation, reflected on this in an interview. They used their intelligence, imagination and skills to create something they'd never seen before. That sentence captures the essence of the find. These builders were not copying nature. They were inventing. They saw beyond what was, toward what could be. In many ways, the Kalambo logs challenge the old narrative that early humans were trapped in the struggle for survival, incapable of abstraction until much later. They show that creative thought was not the monopoly of Homo sapiens. It was an inheritance we carried forward from minds already reaching toward the future. The discovery also forces us to reconsider the role of materials in the story of consciousness. Stone endures, so it dominates the archaeological record. But wood, soft, flexible, ephemeral, was likely just as important, perhaps even more so in daily life. Its scarcity in the record has misled us into thinking early humans were creatures of rock and bone. Kalambo Falls whispers otherwise. They were builders, engineers, and caretakers of space. When we think of consciousness, we often imagine art or language, but engineering is just as revealing. To build is to externalize thought, to turn mental models into tangible reality. It is an act of faith in cause and effect. If I do this, then that will happen. The notched logs at Kalambo Falls are that logic made visible. They are the first architectural sentence ever written in the grammar of the physical world. There is something almost poetic about their location. Kalambo Falls is immense, ancient and relentless. The waterfall roars with the same sound today that those early builders heard. The logs lay just upriver from the edge, preserved by the same waters that once flowed around them. The sound that filled their world still echoes through the gorge. It is, quite literally, the same air vibrating across time. If you stand there now, the scene feels alive with continuity. The forest hums with insects, birds call from the trees, and the spray of the falls dampens your skin. Somewhere beneath your feet lie the faint outlines of the first structure ever made by human hands. It's hard not to imagine the builders watching the water too, resting from their work, unaware that they had just stepped into history. The Kalambo discovery reminds us that consciousness does not only express itself in art or ritual or language, it also appears in precision, collaboration, and care. A joint carved into wood is an idea made durable. It speaks of anticipation, imagination, and trust in the physical world. And while we may never know their names, their tribe, or their words, we know this. They looked at chaos and saw pattern. They looked at raw materials and saw possibility. 500,000 years later, we still do the same thing, stacking, joining, shaping the world to make it a little more stable, a little more ours. The builders of Kalambo Falls may have been the first to understand that thought could take form, that the mind could leave its blueprint on the earth. Their creation has long since crumbled, but the idea it embodied never did. About 1 million years ago, deep in the heart of southern Africa, a group of early humans sat in the half-light of a cave as something extraordinary flickered before them. The air smelled faintly of smoke, the rock ceiling shimmered with shadows, and at the centre of their circle burned the slow orange pulse of a controlled fire. Its glow licked the walls, its warmth softened the night. This wasn't lightning striking a tree, or a grassland blaze sweeping across the plains. This was intentional. It was the first evidence that a mind, not nature, had decided where the flame should live. At Wonderwerk Cave in what is now South Africa, archaeologists would later uncover this ancient scene in traces so subtle that only careful science could reveal it. Beneath layers of sediment dating back roughly 1 million years, they found ash deposits containing burned bone fragments and plant material. The fire hadn't been wild or wind-driven. It had been sustained in place, at the same spot over time. The ash particles were fine and compact, consistent with a small, repeatedly tended fire. Someone had been feeding it, managing it, and keeping it alive. Fire, in that sense, was not only a tool, it was a relationship. To control fire is to understand cause and effect across time, to gather wood before nightfall, to shield a flame from the wind, to remember the last place it was lit. These are not instinctive behaviours, but cognitive ones. They require planning, anticipation, patience. In that glow, under a ceiling streaked with soot, consciousness may have begun to stretch beyond the immediate, to grasp not just what is happening now, but what will happen later. What makes this remarkable is not just that fire was controlled, but that it was remembered. Wonderwerk Cave, whose name means miracle, shows evidence of repeated use stretching through hundreds of thousands of years. Its occupants likely belonged to Homo erectus, a species already displaying an emerging intelligence and a body adapted for endurance. Their brains were smaller than ours, but their behaviours were beginning to change the rules of survival. With fire came cooked food, softer to chew, easier to digest, freeing energy that once went to the gut and diverting it instead to the brain. This idea, called the cooking hypothesis, suggests that fire may have literally fueled the growth of cognition. Cooked meat and roots meant shorter feeding times, longer evenings, and, most crucially, moments of stillness. For the first time, early humans could gather around a predictable light source that stretched the day into the night. They could sit, think, communicate. The flickering shadows of the cave might have been the first theatre of the mind. If we imagine that scene, we might see more than survival. The group is silent at first, watching the flames dance. They feed the fire sticks, learning how different woods burn and how smoke curls toward the ceiling. The light changes the cave itself, illuminating its corners, revealing patterns on stone that had never been visible in the dark. Maybe someone begins to trace those patterns with their finger, following cracks like lines on a map. Maybe another listens to the sound of crackling embers and feels, for the first time, that the night isn't so frightening. Fire doesn't just protect, it mesmerizes. It creates rhythm and repetition, elements that are thought to strengthen memory. In this way, fire may have helped structure thought itself, encouraging the first stories told not with words, but gestures, sounds, and shared attention. Anthropologists call this firelight talk, a period when social bonds deepened and communication became more complex. When the light hit the eyes of one individual, it revealed emotion. When it flickered out, it created anticipation. Evidence from other early sites reinforces this pattern. At Gesher Benot Yaakov in Israel, traces of hearths dating to nearly 800,000 years ago show spatial control of fire. small clusters of burned flint and wood placed in distinct areas, suggesting social organisation around multiple hearths. Each hearth may have represented a group or family unit, a centre for cooking, warmth, and possibly teaching. The hearth became a cognitive landmark, a fixed point in space and memory. Unlike a migratory feeding ground, a hearth could be returned to, rebuilt, maintained. This was more than mere convenience. It was the beginning of placemaking. For the first time, hominins began to impose mental order onto the landscape. They weren't just wandering animals anymore, they were inhabitants of chosen spaces. Fire also shaped perception. In daylight, the world is dominated by external sensory input, the chaos of noise, movement, and colour. At night, illuminated only by fire, vision narrows and focus turns inward. The flames cast moving shadows that can trick the eye into seeing forms that aren't there, an effect that modern psychologists call pareidolia. It's possible that early humans, staring into firelight, began to perceive faces, figures, or memories dancing in the glow. If so, this could mark the first merging of imagination and perception, the mental bridge that later allowed humans to create art, myth, and ritual. The firelight became a kind of mirror, a place where the mind projected itself onto the world. Controlled fire also demanded cooperation. To keep it alive, one individual alone was rarely enough. The fire had to be guarded, maintained, shared. This created a new form of social dependency, trust, built not just on proximity, but on mutual care for a fragile phenomenon that everyone benefited from. Some anthropologists suggest that fire transformed early social structure, leading to smaller, more stable nighttime groups and fostering emotional bonds. Around a fire, aggression could be softened, competition momentarily suspended. Light itself became communal property. In that context, the first proto-language might have evolved not out of hunting strategy, but out of storytelling around a flame. Simple vocalizations could accompany gestures, laughter, or mimicry, each feeding back into social cohesion. One of the most profound changes brought by fire was sleep. Before fire, sleep for early hominins was fragmented, defensive, and shallow. Short naps taken in trees or hidden hollows, always on alert. Firelight extended waking hours into safer territory, allowing for longer, more restful sleep. Studies of modern hunter-gatherer societies show that fire reduces nighttime anxiety and predator vigilance, lowering cortisol and increasing REM cycles. This improvement in sleep quality could have radically enhanced memory consolidation and problem-solving ability. The brain, allowed to rest in longer cycles, could process and integrate information in new ways. Fire, therefore, didn't just keep bodies warm, it cooled minds into reflection. We know from microscopic studies at Wonderwerk that the fire residues were deeply embedded in ancient sediments, proving they had burned in place rather than being washed in from outside. The burned bone fragments, some still showing grease residue, reveal repeated cooking activity. This wasn't a one-off event, but a tradition maintained across generations. That persistence suggests teaching, knowledge passed down intentionally. Firekeeping may have been one of the first cultural inheritances, an act that required demonstration, learning, and ritual reinforcement. If someone failed to keep the fire alive, the group would have to find another spark, perhaps from a lightning strike or smouldering branch. The anxiety of losing fire may have introduced a new kind of emotional memory, the awareness of responsibility and consequence. Psychologists studying the effects of firelight on modern humans find that it lowers blood pressure, promotes relaxation, and increases attention span. Our brains still respond to it as something deeply social and safe. This ancient conditioning hints that fire was more than a tool. It was an environmental cue that shaped cognition itself. It created predictable cycles of light and dark, action and rest, wakefulness and dreaming. The fire became both boundary and beacon, dividing the wild from the domestic, the dangerous from the known. And in doing so, it may have divided the mental world into inner and outer spaces, what happens outside us and what happens within. Fire also left physical traces on tools and stone surfaces. Thermal alteration, as archaeologists call it, changes the colour and composition of rocks. At some early sites, Stones appear deliberately heated to make them easier to flake, suggesting an understanding of transformation through heat. That insight, that materials can be changed, that states can shift, may have laid the groundwork for later abstract reasoning. To watch a branch turn to ash or a hard stone crack under fire is to learn that nothing is fixed, that form can follow intention. In that realization lies the seed of creativity itself. As fire spread across continents, from the caves of South Africa to open-air sites in East Africa, and later to Europe and Asia, it carried with it a philosophy of control. Each hearth was a claim on uncertainty. To tame fire is to tame chaos, to create a centre of predictability in an unpredictable world. Even if these early humans couldn't articulate that in words, their actions spoke of a quiet revolution. Cognition anchored by permanence. The hearth became the first artifact of emotional design. It was not shaped of stone or ivory, but built of heat, habit, and the desire for continuity. Still, we should resist the temptation to romanticize these early firemakers as philosophers. What they were doing was pragmatic, born of necessity. Yet through that necessity emerged a behaviour that hinted at depth, one that united biology and mind. Fire is paradoxical, destructive and creative, dangerous and comforting. To live with it is to live in balance, to understand moderation, to hold opposing truths at once. That ability, to see dualities, to live between extremes, would one day define human thought itself. Perhaps it was under such light that the first introspection flickered. When the fire burned low, its last embers pulsing red against stone, maybe someone saw in it their own breath, their own heartbeat, their own impermanence. Fire became a metaphor before language ever existed, a symbol of both life and loss. Even now, we find ourselves drawn to it for the same reason. It looks alive, but it's not. It consumes, but it also illuminates. It is matter turning into light, and in watching it, we remember something very old about ourselves. If we trace back through 1,000,000 years of hearths, each layered in ash and charcoal, we find not only the story of technology but of awareness. Fire gave us more than warmth or food. It gave us evenings, conversation, reflection, and the first glimmers of what it meant to think about thinking. Somewhere in that dance of heat and shadow, between safety and awe, consciousness began to notice itself. And when we look today into the embers of a campfire, we are, in a way, looking into our own origin. The first controlled flame was not merely the beginning of civilization, it was the beginning of imagination. Around 400,000 years ago, the world was quiet in a way we can barely imagine. The hum of insects and the wind through dry grass were the loudest sounds. Between Africa and Europe, the climate shifted in slow waves, sometimes lush and green, sometimes cold and barren. And across these changing landscapes moved a range of beings who were not yet us, but no longer what had come before. They walked upright, shaped tools with deliberate care, hunted large game, and looked out across horizons they would never name. They were not Homo sapiens, not yet. But they were beginning to think in ways that would make us possible. These were the late Middle Pleistocene hominins, the transitional minds of a planet still sculpting the idea of humanity. In Africa, they took forms we now call Homo heidelbergensis, Homo rhodesiensis, or regional variants of Erectus that were gradually becoming something more complex. Their bones, found scattered from Bodo in Ethiopia to Kabwe in Zambia, from Petrolona in Greece to Cima de los Huesos in Spain, trace an evolutionary mosaic rather than a straight line. Each skull and femur captures a slightly different stage in the long negotiation between body and mind. Their faces were broad and heavy-browed, their limbs thick and powerful, but their cranial cavities were expanding. Inside those skulls, the brain volume was approaching that of modern humans, around 1,200 cubic centimetres, and that expansion came with consequences. More neurons meant new ways of processing the world. When we look at the tools they left behind, we can begin to see how thought itself was changing. Across Africa and into Western Eurasia, Acheulean hand axes evolved into more refined forms, thinner, sharper, symmetrical in a way that seems almost aesthetic. Flint knappers began to anticipate fracture patterns before striking the stone, showing planning and mental rotation the ability to visualize a shape hidden inside raw rock. By this time, the making of tools had already become a tradition carried over generations, but what changed now was how those tools were organized. At sites like Boxgrove in southern England, dated to roughly 400,000 years ago, archaeologists found tools clustered in what appear to be designated work zones. Butchery sites show evidence of cooperation, individuals working together to process large animals. This was more than instinct. It suggests that these hominins were beginning to coordinate their behaviour, perhaps through vocal sounds or gestures. Communication still primitive, but purposeful. At Boxgrove, a single human shin bone was found, alongside flint flakes and animal remains. Analysis of the microscopic wear on those tools revealed that their makers were skilled, repeating precise motions to produce consistent edges. They weren't just improvising. They were following mental templates, models of form and function that could be shared, imitated, and remembered. This ability to hold a design in the mind even when the object itself wasn't visible is a small but crucial leap toward abstract thought. It requires imagination, the kind that allows one to think, this flake will cut, or this edge is better than that. In the caves of Atapuerca, Spain, the site known as Cima de los Huesos, the pit of bones, has yielded the remains of at least 28 individuals from this same time period. They were deposited deep within a natural shaft, some perhaps deliberately placed. The bones show healed injuries, worn joints, and varied ages, evidence of social groups that cared for each other, lived together, and faced hardship as a collective. One skull, known as Cranium 5, is remarkably intact, showing a mix of archaic and modern traits. It belonged to someone who may have known pain, memory, and the emotional weight of community. Some paleoanthropologists even wonder if the deposition of bodies into that pit represents one of the earliest gestures toward ritual, a recognition, however faint, of death as something that matters. But caution is necessary. We cannot project our emotions onto them too easily. What seems symbolic to us might have been practical to them, a convenient way to dispose of corpses. And yet the possibility lingers that these ancient humans felt the first stirrings of awareness that life ends, and that this fact carries meaning. If so, it marks another quiet boundary in the evolution of mind, the awareness of mortality. Meanwhile, in Africa, the cognitive mosaic was diversifying. At the site of Cathupan in the Northern Cape, refined spear points made from stone and dated to roughly 500,000 years ago show the controlled use of heat to strengthen materials. To make such points, early humans had to predict outcomes, adjust for mistakes, and think in sequences. At Bodo, an isolated skull bears marks of defleshing cut by stone tools, signs of either ritual or practical dismemberment. We can't know why, but the precision of those cuts suggests intention, not chaos. Whoever did it was not an animal acting on instinct, but a being capable of deliberate decision-making. This is the era when Homo heidelbergensis likely roamed both Africa and Eurasia, a species with a brain nearly the size of ours and the body of a long-distance walker. They hunted with wooden spears, such as those found at Schöningen in Germany, where perfectly balanced projectiles were preserved in ancient sediments, alongside the bones of horses they had hunted. To shape a spear that flies true requires a sense of physics, an intuition for weight, angle, and force. These early humans could plan hunts in groups, coordinate attacks, and predict animal behaviour. In doing so, they demonstrated something new: foresight. Fire, by this time, was common knowledge. Hearths appear at sites across continents, and with them charred bone fragments and burnt plant remains. The fire's presence in domestic contexts, inside shelters, near tools, surrounded by debris, suggests it had become routine, integrated into daily life. The glow of evening light may have extended working hours and deepened communication, creating long stretches of shared time where minds could connect. The quiet between hunts became a kind of cognitive incubation, moments for reflection, teaching, and perhaps the first stories told in the dark. The climate these people endured was unstable. The Middle Pleistocene saw recurring glacial and interglacial cycles that reshaped their world. Forests advanced and retreated, coastlines rose and fell, herds migrated across vast ranges. Each generation faced a slightly different landscape, and adaptability became essential. The ability to recognize patterns, To remember where rivers once ran or where animals would return was rewarded by survival. In this way, environment selected not just for physical endurance, but for mental flexibility. Consciousness, in its primitive form, might have been shaped as much by instability as by comfort. We can only guess at what their daily awareness felt like. Did they think in words or in sensations? Did they imagine, or did they simply perceive? Some neuroscientists suggest that consciousness doesn't arrive all at once. It deepens layer by layer as the brain's capacity for self-reference expands. If that's true, then these hominins may have lived in a kind of half-awareness, fully alert to the world, but only dimly aware of themselves within it. They could plan, feel, and learn, but perhaps they did not yet narrate those experiences internally. It's the difference between acting and reflecting, a subtle boundary that defines the human mind. The fossil record hints at their emotional range. The injuries found on several skeletons show signs of healing, meaning that others must have cared for them through recovery. To nurse a wounded companion requires empathy, an understanding that another's pain matters. This empathy might not have been verbal or conscious in our sense, but it represents a form of social intelligence that would later become the foundation of morality. Everywhere we look, the evidence of this period shows a brain experimenting with complexity. The shift from reactive to proactive behaviour, from instinct to insight, was well underway. Yet this intelligence did not belong to a single species, but to a network of evolving populations. Across Africa, Europe and Asia, various groups, Heidelbergensis, late Erectus and others, were diverging, interbreeding and adapting. Cognition was not a light switch flicked on at one moment in time, but a slow brightening across continents. Each region contributed a different spark. If we could stand among them, we might not immediately recognise what set them apart from us. Their eyes would meet ours with something both familiar and alien, curiosity without self-consciousness, awareness without introspection. They would understand cooperation and conflict, hunger and shelter, warmth and fear. But would they wonder? Would they imagine something that does not yet exist? That is the dividing line we cannot see in the dirt. Perhaps the quiet between species was a long pause in evolution's story, a time when the brain was nearly ready for art, language and myth, but not yet capable of making meaning beyond the moment. A time when our ancestors stood on the threshold of consciousness as we know it, unaware that they were becoming something new. The silence of that transition still echoes through the fossil record, a gap between knowing and understanding, between surviving and wondering why. One day, this quiet would end. But for hundreds of thousands of years the world turned under skies full of dust and wind, and those who would one day become human continued to shape tools, build fires, and live in communities whose names we'll never know. Their minds were forming, neuron by neuron, habit by habit, generation by generation, until thought itself would finally become aware of its own existence. About 315,000 years ago, in what is now Morocco, a face emerged from stone that looked unexpectedly familiar. Its brow was high, its jaw refined, its teeth small, and behind its eyes, if we could have looked inside, was a brain shaped almost like our own. This was not quite us, but close enough that if such a person stood before you in modern clothes, you might not notice the difference at first glance. They would move with the same upright stride, grip a tool in the same manner, and when they looked up toward the horizon, the gesture would seem entirely human. Yet this was deep prehistory, long before writing, art, or agriculture. The world they knew was harsher, simpler, quieter, and their minds, though nearly modern, were still learning what that modernity could mean. The fossils of Jebel Irhoud were first discovered by accident. In the 1960s, miners searching for baryt in the arid hills of western Morocco unearthed fragments of bone and stone. They didn't know it at the time, but they had stumbled upon some of the oldest remains of our species ever found. The fossils included parts of a skull, jawbones, teeth and limb bones, belonging to at least 5 individuals. Early interpretations, limited by the dating technology of the time, placed them at around 40,000 years old, roughly contemporary with the famous Ice Age peoples of Europe. But something didn't fit. The skulls were too archaic, the faces too primitive, the stone tools too simple. It wasn't until decades later, with advances in thermoluminescence dating, that the truth was revealed. These fossils were far older than anyone had guessed, dating back roughly 315,000 years. That discovery rewrote the story of human origins. It pushed the timeline of Homo sapiens back by nearly 100,000 years, suggesting that our species was already taking shape across Africa long before the traditionally recognised birth of modern humans. It also broadened the geography of our beginnings. For decades, East Africa, places like Ethiopia's Omo and Herto sites, had been considered the likely cradle of humanity. The find at Jebel Irhoud showed that the story was continental, not regional. Our species didn't arise from a single birthplace, but from a network of populations scattered across Africa, exchanging genes, ideas, and behaviours over hundreds of millennia. What makes the Jebel Irhoud fossils extraordinary is not just their age, but what they reveal about the shape of the modern human mind as it was forming. When paleoanthropologists reconstructed the skulls, they noticed something intriguing. The faces were flat and graceful, much like ours, but the brain cases were elongated, more like those of earlier species such as Homo heidelbergensis. The internal structure, inferred from endocasts, suggested that while the brain was roughly the same size as today's average, around 1,300 cubic centimetres, it was not yet organised the same way. The cranium lacked the rounded, globular shape that characterises modern human brains. That difference in shape may seem minor, but it carries enormous implications. The globular brain means a reorganisation of neural architecture, particularly in the parietal and cerebellar regions, the areas responsible for spatial reasoning, sensory integration, and fine motor control. It also involves the prefrontal cortex, where higher-order functions like planning, language, and abstract thought emerge. The transition from elongated to globular brains marks not just an anatomical shift, but a cognitive one, suggesting that the minds of these early Homo sapiens were capable of more complex internal modelling of the world. They could visualise relationships, remember sequences, and possibly imagine outcomes that didn't yet exist. Still, we must be careful not to project too much modern psychology into the deep past. These people were anatomically advanced, but their world was raw and unpredictable. The tools found alongside them were part of what archaeologists call the Middle Stone Age, a period of innovation marked by the use of prepared core techniques, where stone flakes were struck from carefully shaped nodules to create standardized tools. This method required planning several steps ahead, an understanding of geometry and force, and the patience to execute those steps in order. Each flake was the result of an invisible thought process, a rehearsal in the mind before action in the hand. At Jebel Irhoud, the stone tools include scrapers, points, and blades, functional, efficient, but also elegant in their simplicity. They were likely hafted onto wooden shafts to make spears or cutting implements. The presence of fire-hardened flint indicates heat treatment, a technique that improves the quality of the stone. This too implies cognitive foresight, an understanding that altering a material could make it better suited to a purpose. They were manipulating the properties of nature, not merely responding to them. In doing so, they were inching closer to what we might call technological consciousness, the awareness that the world could be changed through deliberate intervention. But what did these people think about? That is a question science can't yet answer. What we can infer from their environment is that life demanded constant awareness. The plains and valleys of Pleistocene North Africa were unpredictable ecosystems of shifting climate and migrating herds. Survival depended on memory, cooperation, and adaptability. Perhaps consciousness, as we experience it, emerged precisely from this need to manage complexity, to think not just of the present but of the next season, the next hunt, the next decision. The Jebel Irhoud people likely lived in small mobile groups, following game across semi-arid landscapes. They made shelters or used natural overhangs, built fires, and processed animal bones for marrow. Their diet included large herbivores, small mammals, and plants, indicating both versatility and knowledge of local ecology. The evidence of repeated occupation suggests that they returned to the site over time, perhaps using landmarks to navigate, an early sign of spatial memory and attachment to place. Although their brains were nearly modern in size, it is possible that their experience of thought was different from ours. They may not have had language as we understand it today, but they almost certainly communicated through complex vocalizations and gestures. The shape of their vocal tract, reconstructed from fossil evidence, suggests the capacity for a wide range of sounds, perhaps even proto-speech. If they could convey information about the past or the future, then they were already thinking temporally, another crucial step toward abstract consciousness. The emergence of Homo sapiens at Jebel Irhoud also challenges one of the most enduring myths in human evolution. That modernity appeared suddenly, as a spark of genius or divine insight. Instead, the evidence points to gradual accumulation, biological evolution intertwined with behaviour, intelligence emerging in layers like sediment. These people were not revolutionaries, but participants in a slow transformation that had begun long before them and would continue long after. When we look at the reconstructed faces of the Jebel Irhoud individuals, we see something deeply moving. Their expressions, reconstructed from bone and muscle, are neither primitive nor alien. They are ours, foreheads high, noses slender, eyes forward. The resemblance is not superficial, it speaks to continuity. These were not failed experiments on the way to modern humans. They were modern humans, in an early form, already carrying the blueprint of everything we would become. Yet their world was still fragile. Climatic records from this period show oscillations between wetter and drier phases, forcing populations to adapt to changing resources. These pressures likely shaped not only their bodies but their minds. Intelligence, after all, evolves where unpredictability demands it. In this context, the developing Homo sapiens brain was not a luxury. It was a survival mechanism, tuned to pattern recognition, problem-solving, and social coordination. We don't yet know how self-aware these early people were. Could they imagine themselves as individuals distinct from their group? Did they dream, plan, or mourn? The archaeological record gives no definitive answers, but one clue lies in the consistency of their technology. To pass down tool-making skills across generations requires teaching, imitation, and shared attention. Cognitive processes rooted in empathy and understanding of another's mind. This theory of mind, the ability to model what another individual knows or feels, may have been fully forming by this time. In it lies the foundation for culture, cooperation, and morality. Every fragment from Jebel Irhoud tells us that the boundary between ancient and modern is thinner than we once believed. The emergence of our species was not a sudden dawn, but a long sunrise stretching across hundreds of thousands of years. The light was already breaking here, in the hills of Morocco, long before it reached its full brilliance. These people may not have carved art or spoken poetry, but within their skulls the architecture for both was quietly assembling. Their brains were nearly ready, not yet filled with myth, language, or civilization, but capable of them. If we could step into that time and stand beside one of them, watching as they shaped a flint core or tended a small fire, we might sense a spark of recognition. Their eyes would meet ours with understanding. They might not have our words, but they would have our curiosity. That perhaps is the truest mark of kinship, the shared urge to look at the world and wonder what it means. The Jebel Irhoud discovery does not give us the first mind or the first human thought, but it brings us closer to seeing ourselves in the deep past. It reminds us that consciousness is not a gift bestowed at a moment, but a continuum written in bone and brain, trial and error, memory and adaptation. Somewhere in those Moroccan hills, 300,000 years ago, a mind like ours was already awake, listening to the wind, shaping a tool, thinking ahead. It did not know that it was the beginning of something called humanity, but we do. Around 300,000 years ago, in the rocky coastal shelters of southern Africa, someone crouched over a flat piece of stone and began to grind another rock against it. The motion was patient, rhythmic, deliberate. Dust gathered into a small red smear that deepened in colour with each stroke until the stone glowed like fresh blood. There was no tool being made here, no blade to cut or hammer to strike, just colour extracted from earth. What that person did next, no one can say. Perhaps they rubbed the pigment on their skin. Perhaps they marked another stone, or the body of a companion. Whatever the reason, that moment changed something invisible. For the first time in the archaeological record, humans had begun to shape not just matter, but meaning. This material was ochre, a naturally occurring iron oxide found in yellow, brown, and especially red hues. When ground and mixed with fat or water, it forms a smooth pigment with remarkable staying power. It stains everything it touches, skin, bone, and time itself. Archaeologists often find it at ancient sites not as a random mineral, but as a substance deliberately collected, processed, and used. The act of grinding ochre suggests not accident, but intention, and intention is the fingerprint of a reflective mind. In the Southern Cape region of South Africa, 2 caves in particular have yielded evidence of these early experiments in symbolism: Pinnacle Point and Blombos, perched above the Indian Ocean. The story begins at Pinnacle Point, where sediment layers preserve a record of occupation stretching back nearly 200,000 years. Deep within those layers, scientists found chunks of red ochre bearing scrape marks and facets, proof that they had been worked by human hands. The age of some of these pieces pushes the first confirmed use of pigment by Homo sapiens to roughly 164,000 years ago, though there are hints of even earlier use at other sites. But why red? Of all the colours available in the natural palette, why was this shade, the colour of blood, fire and sunset, the one our ancestors chose? There is no definitive answer, but psychologists and anthropologists note that red is universally striking to the human eye. It signifies vitality and danger, attraction and warning, life and death. Long before humans could articulate such dualities, they were drawn to them. In grinding red ochre, they may have been capturing the essence of what it means to be alive, transforming the earth itself into a symbol of existence. The process was far from trivial. Ochre often occurs in hard nodules that must be crushed and abraded to release their colour. Some pieces from Pinnacle Point show polish on multiple sides, suggesting they were turned and worked over many sessions. The grinding surfaces nearby bear traces of repeated use, as if ochre preparation had become a habitual part of life, perhaps a task taught and passed on. Archaeologists even found heat-treated samples, implying that these people experimented with temperature to enhance pigment quality. To do so required observation, memory and curiosity, qualities belonging to minds already capable of hypothesis. Further east along the coast, the Blombos Cave provides a glimpse of how this fascination with red deepened over tens of thousands of years. Excavations there revealed a small toolkit, 2 abalone shells filled with residues of red ochre, charcoal, bone and a liquid binder, possibly animal fat or urine. The mixture inside had been carefully blended, stored, and perhaps applied to surfaces or bodies. This discovery, dated to roughly 100,000 years ago, has been called the world's earliest known paint workshop. But beyond its technical achievement, it represents something more profound. The deliberate creation of a substance meant not for survival, but for expression. To understand the significance of this, consider what these early people were doing in cognitive terms. They were transforming a raw material into a symbolic one, bridging the gap between physical reality and abstract meaning. A red smear could represent many things: heat, blood, vitality, protection, or belonging. It could mark territory or identity, signal participation in a ritual, or simply embody beauty. Whatever its immediate use, the act of making and using pigment required imagination, the ability to let one thing stand for another. That is one of the cornerstones of symbolic thought, the same faculty that would later give rise to language, art and religion. At sites across southern Africa, ochre pieces from this era display consistent patterns of use. Some are grooved, others flattened by grinding, and many are found in association with hearths and stone tools. This suggests that ochre use was integrated into daily life rather than confined to special occasions. Yet its persistence through hundreds of millennia hints at more than mere practicality. If ochre was used for tanning hides, protecting skin or preserving food, those tasks could have been accomplished by other means. Its survival as a cultural habit points to its symbolic or aesthetic appeal. Humans, it seems, had discovered colour and decided to keep it close. One of the most striking aspects of ochre use is its universality. Across distant regions and time periods, red pigments appear wherever early humans lived, from the deserts of Africa to the limestone caves of the Levant and the riverbanks of India. This convergence suggests that the attraction to red was not a local tradition, but a shared intuition, a cognitive resonance built into our species. The colour may have served as a form of communication long before words, a way to signal presence, alliance, or memory. In a world without language, colour may have been the first vocabulary of identity. The presence of ochre at multiple early sites also implies social transmission, knowledge of where to find it, how to prepare it, and how to use it had to be shared. This indicates not just communication, but teaching, a hallmark of cumulative culture. Each generation added to what the previous one had learned, refining techniques, choosing new shades, experimenting with mixtures. In this way, ochre became one of humanity's first traditions, a ritual of continuity across thousands of lifetimes. The psychological implications are immense. To grind ochre is to engage in a ritualized act, one that may soothe or focus the mind. Modern ethnographic parallels show that pigment preparation often carries meditative or spiritual overtones, its repetition mirroring prayer or reflection. It's possible that early humans experienced something similar, a connection between rhythm, colour, and emotion. The repetitive scraping of stone on stone, the slow release of vivid red, might have induced a trance-like state, linking body and mind through pattern. If so, then ochre may represent not only the beginning of art, but the beginning of ritual itself. Ritual, after all, is the externalization of inner thought, the projection of meaning onto physical acts. It transforms necessity into symbolism, repetition into identity. To mark one's body with pigment is to say, I am part of this, whether this means a group, a belief, or simply a moment in time. The red stains found on ancient bones and stone surfaces suggest that these early humans were already experimenting with such identity, defining themselves not only by what they did, but by how they appeared. This period, spanning roughly 300,000 to 160,000 years ago, represents a subtle but profound shift in consciousness. The brain had already achieved near-modern size and structure. Now it was beginning to populate that structure with symbols. Thought was escaping the skull and leaving marks in the world. The Earth's minerals had become tools for expression. This fusion of material and mental creativity marks one of the earliest steps toward culture. Yet we must remember that these people were not philosophers. Their world was unpredictable and often cruel. To adorn oneself with pigment might also have been an act of protection, a charm against injury or disease, or a way to blend into the reddish dust of their homeland. The meanings were likely layered and pragmatic, not purely aesthetic. But in those layers lies the genius of our species, the ability to attach multiple meanings to a single thing. At pinnacle point, the ochre pieces were found among hearths and animal remains, suggesting that ritual and daily life were intertwined. A hunter might paint their body before a hunt, both to prepare and to invoke success. A healer might mix pigment with fat to treat wounds or ward off infection. A mother might mark her child's forehead for safety. In each gesture, the colour red bridged the gap between matter and meaning, between the visible and the invisible. Archaeologists have debated for decades whether such practices should be considered art or proto-art, but the distinction may be meaningless. What matters is not whether these people were making art in the modern sense, but that they were thinking symbolically at all. To see the world not only as it is, but as it could be, that is the essence of imagination. And imagination is the seed of everything that follows: language, belief, culture, civilization. When we hold a piece of ochre from Pinnacle Point today, it still shines faintly under light, its surface worn smooth by ancient fingers. That sheen is more than geological. It is human. It carries the trace of someone who looked at a colour and saw possibility. For scientists, such a fragment is evidence of behaviour. For the rest of us, it is evidence of continuity. The same aesthetic impulse that drives us to decorate our homes or tattoo our skin was already alive in these early people. We did not invent symbolism in the modern age, we inherited it. As we look back across these hundreds of thousands of years, the grinding stones and red stains remind us that consciousness doesn't just think, it marks, remembers, and repeats. Meaning is made in rhythm, in colour, in gesture. Long before the first cave paintings or myths, someone on a rocky shore looked down at the earth and saw beauty. They crushed it into powder, mixed it with their hands, and in doing so turned dust into identity. What they thought as they rubbed that red across their skin, we'll never know. But somewhere in that moment, between survival and self-recognition, the human story began to deepen. Around 160,000 years ago, the African continent began to dry out. The rivers that once carved through grasslands shrank into thin threads, lakes evaporated into dust, and deserts advanced where forests had been. The climate was turning against life itself. From Ethiopia to the Kalahari, animals vanished from valleys that had sustained generations, and even the great rift lakes receded into cracked basins. For the species that would one day call itself human, this was not just a drought of water, it was a drought of thought, a long narrowing of possibilities in which survival left little room for reflection. During this time, the population of Homo sapiens may have fallen to a few thousand breeding individuals scattered across isolated pockets of refuge. We know this not from fossils, which are scarce, but from the traces left in our genes. Modern DNA carries signatures of an ancient bottleneck, a period when our ancestors came dangerously close to extinction. The vast diversity of early human groups that once roamed the continent seems to have collapsed into small fragmented bands, each clinging to a livable niche where rain and resources still lingered. These refugia, coastal headlands, river mouths, highland forests became laboratories of endurance, where the mind was tested by scarcity. The cause was global, not local. Shifts in the Earth's orbit triggered glacial periods that cooled the northern hemisphere and sucked moisture from the tropics. Africa's once green corridors withered, transforming much of the land into desert. Inland routes that had once connected populations were now seas of sand. Across this harsh landscape, early humans faced starvation, isolation, and perhaps the greatest psychological strain in our evolutionary story, the awareness that the world itself could fail. At sites like Pinnacle Point and Clayses River in southern Africa, archaeologists have found evidence that small groups persisted by exploiting the coast. They gathered shellfish, hunted seals, and trapped fish during low tide, behaviours that required timing, cooperation, and an understanding of cycles. In these fragile environments, ingenuity replaced abundance. The tides became calendars, the cliffs became maps. The humans who survived here were those who could read patterns in nature and remember them. In this way, cognition itself may have evolved as a survival strategy. Inside the caves where they lived, the traces of continuity are subtle but powerful. Hearths reappear layer after layer, sometimes separated by thousands of years, suggesting that people return to the same shelters across generations. In some levels, archaeologists found fragments of ochre still scratched and ground, the same red pigment that had been used long before. Even as drought strangled the continent, they kept their colour. The act of grinding ochre, perhaps to mark skin or tools, was an act of memory, a refusal to let go of meaning when everything else was being stripped away. In that sense, symbolism may have been not a luxury but a lifeline. When the environment collapses, abstraction can preserve cohesion. A red mark on a body or a carved pattern on stone can serve as identity, belonging, continuity, a promise that we still exist. Even if food was scarce and the world seemed to be ending, these people carried the tools of self-recognition. Their rituals, whatever form they took, may have offered structure amid chaos. At the same time, the evidence suggests adaptability in ways that went beyond survival tactics. Shell middens, the ancient piles of discarded shells near these coastal caves, show that these early humans learned to harvest marine resources in a sustainable rhythm. They collected shellfish only during cool seasons when populations could replenish, indicating long-term ecological awareness. This kind of planning demands foresight and restraint, the ability to link current action with future consequence. It is, in essence, moral behaviour rooted in environment rather than ethics. Genetic models estimate that during the most severe phase of this bottleneck, the total human population may have dropped to fewer than 10,000 individuals. That number is small enough that a single prolonged drought, volcanic eruption, or epidemic could have erased us entirely. Yet we endured. The reason likely lies not in strength, but in cooperation. Social networks, however small, became the scaffolding of survival. People shared food, cared for children, and passed on fragments of knowledge that would one day rebuild our species. Every hearth was a university of memory. Fossil evidence from this time remains sparse, but what we do have reinforces this picture of resilience. At Herto in Ethiopia, skulls dated to around 160,000 years ago show fully modern anatomy, rounded brain cases, smaller brow ridges, and features indistinguishable from our own. They lived through this long drought, and their survival marks the persistence of the human blueprint. Yet their tools were still simple: flakes, scrapers, points, made from the same materials as their ancestors. Technological innovation had slowed, but cognitive depth had not vanished. What mattered now was endurance. Some researchers describe this period as a behavioural plateau, a stretch of time when human culture appeared static. But stillness is not always stagnation. It may represent consolidation, a species holding on, refining its strengths, waiting for the environment to open again. In the long silence of this drought, Homo sapiens learned patience. Inside these coastal refugees, the sounds of the ancient ocean would have been constant. Waves breaking, shells cracking, wind through salt grass. Children would have played near the shallows, adults gathering shellfish or setting small traps. Fires burned low at night, and perhaps they told stories, not in words we would understand, but in gestures and tone. Their minds were like the tide itself, receding during hardship but returning with the same rhythm. Consciousness may have survived in whispers, carried from one generation to the next. There is evidence that these communities developed new relationships with their environments. Isotopic analysis of shellfish remains from Pinnacle Point shows that people there understood changing sea levels and adapted their gathering strategies accordingly. Such flexibility hints at complex spatial awareness, a mental map not just of geography, but of time. The coastline was never static. The sea advanced and retreated with the Ice Age, sometimes cutting off access, sometimes revealing new ground. These early humans adjusted, anticipating the changes and moving with them. To endure such flux required imagination. You had to picture what the world would look like when the tide returned or when the rains failed. You had to remember the taste of certain plants and where they grew in better years. Memory became strategy. Foresight became instinct. In that sense, consciousness itself was evolving under pressure. The mind became not just a recorder of the present, but a navigator of uncertainty. Archaeologists studying these sites often remark on the paradox of this period. Though resources were scarce, the traces of symbolic behaviour persist. The continuity of ochre use, the maintenance of hearths, and the reuse of shelters all point to a stubborn sense of identity. In the face of near extinction, these people continued to think beyond survival. They did not forget who they were. When climate eventually began to ease around 100,000 years ago, population started to expand again. But for tens of thousands of years before that, consciousness had been honed by deprivation. What emerged from those crucibles were humans capable of astonishing resilience, not through dominance, but through memory, empathy, and shared intention. The mind that survived the long drought was not the mind of a solitary creature. It was the mind of a collective. This period also reveals how closely cognition and environment are intertwined. When the climate narrows, so does the imagination. When it opens, thought blooms again. The landscape itself becomes an external organ of the mind, shaping what is possible to think. During this drought, imagination was compressed into essentials: food, water, safety. But it did not vanish. Like seeds lying dormant in the desert, human creativity waited for rain. Today, scientists sometimes speak of refugia thinking, the idea that innovation often arises from isolation. The small surviving groups in Africa were forced to see the world differently, to find solutions under constraint. Their mental models became more flexible because they had to be. It's possible that this long bottleneck wasn't a pause in evolution at all, but a filter, a narrowing through which only the most adaptable, cooperative, and reflective humans passed. If we trace our lineage backward through our DNA, we eventually converge on those few who endured this time. Every living human is a descendant of survivors who carried not only genes, but habits of thought. persistence, creativity, empathy. In their struggle, the seeds of all future culture were kept alive. When we think of consciousness, we often imagine it as something born from comfort and leisure, a mind free to wonder. But the evidence from this period tells a different story. Consciousness was not born in abundance, it was tempered in scarcity. The long drought of thought was not an absence of intelligence, but its crucible. Out of silence came self-awareness, sharpened by necessity. We can only imagine the emotional lives of these people. Did they hope? Did they grieve? The archaeological record shows no direct trace of love or fear, but the persistence of colour, the rhythm of hearths, and the care in tool-making suggest minds still capable of feeling deeply. They did not give up their symbols even when their world fell apart. That act of endurance, more than any invention, may be what defines us. When the rains finally returned and the coastline shifted again, the descendants of these survivors would move outward, carrying the quiet lessons of those hard centuries. They would look at the sky and the sea and see not only danger but possibility. In their memory, the long drought remained, a warning etched into the species' mind that thought itself can fade if we do not protect it. Every human alive today carries that memory in their DNA, a molecular echo of a time when our ancestors stood at the edge of disappearance and thought their way back. The drought did not end us, it refined us, and from its silence the modern mind would soon begin to speak. Sometime around 100,000 years ago, on a night lit only by a thin fire and a handful of stars, a group of humans sat together and began to speak. Not in grunts or gestures, but in sounds that could call up things no longer present. Someone may have mentioned a hunt from the previous day, another warned of a predator seen by the river, and perhaps a third described a plan for the morning. For the first time, words stretched beyond the immediate moment. Language had begun to do what thought alone could not: reach across time, hold memory still, and bind a group together through shared imagination. The origins of language are among the most elusive questions in science. Bones rarely preserve its traces. Fossils can tell us the size of a brain or the shape of a skull, but not what its owner could say. Yet across genetics, anatomy, and archaeology, faint patterns begin to align. They suggest that by roughly 100,000 years ago, humans had crossed an invisible threshold, not just in how they made sounds, but in how they used them to weave thought into narrative. The capacity for speech did not appear overnight. It was the slow convergence of biology, cognition, and social need. The vocal tract of modern humans, with its lowered larynx and fine control of breathing, evolved over hundreds of thousands of years. Earlier ancestors could make a range of calls, but true speech required precise coordination between tongue, lips, and lungs. More important still was the brain's ability to structure those sounds into sequences that carried meaning. That step, the emergence of syntax, marks one of the greatest leaps in evolution, because syntax allows infinite combinations from a finite set of symbols. With it, a mind can express not only what is seen, but what is imagined. Genetic evidence hints at this transformation. A gene known as FOXP2, crucial for the neural control of speech and language processing, underwent key mutations sometime after the split between our lineage and that of earlier hominins. It is not the language gene, as it is sometimes called, but a component in the orchestra of motor planning, rhythm, and sequencing that makes complex communication possible. Its modern form appears in humans dating back at least to this time period, suggesting that the biological framework for language was in place long before it was fully used. But biology alone does not explain language. For words to matter, there must be minds capable of shared reference, an understanding that this sound points to that thing, even when the thing is absent. This capacity, known as displacement, is what separates language from mere calls or signals. It allows humans to discuss the past, predict the future, and describe invisible forces like intentions or rules. To do that, a mind must model not just objects but the thoughts of others. It must ask, "What do you know?" and "What do you believe I mean?" This recursive awareness, called theory of mind, is the architecture on which language rests. archaeological and ethnographic parallels suggest that language emerged in environments where cooperation became essential for survival. During the climatic instability of this era, groups had to coordinate hunts, share food, and manage social bonds within increasingly complex networks. Communication became a tool of cohesion. Without it, trust broke down. With it, knowledge could outlast individuals. The spoken word turned memory into infrastructure. In these early conversations, language was likely bound to rhythm and song. Many linguists believe that human speech evolved from musical precursors, a proto-language of melodic phrases used for emotional expression, similar to how whales or birds communicate. Over time, these patterns became segmented and structured. The brain's auditory and motor systems, already tuned to rhythm through dance and mimicry, adapted to handle linguistic timing. The result was speech that could carry both information and emotion. Even today, language retains traces of this ancestry. Intonation, rhyme, and cadence are not decorative, but fundamental. What did those first sentences sound like? Probably nothing like modern tongues. They may have lacked clear grammar, relying on repetition and gesture for clarity. A phrase like, water, north, morning, could mean, we'll go north to fetch water in the morning. Over generations, shared habits of phrasing would stabilize into proto-grammars, passed from elders to children until they hardened into rules. Each group may have spoken a slightly different dialect, evolving local vocabularies shaped by landscape and experience. From such roots grew the diversity of languages we know today, more than 7,000 of them, all tracing back to this ancient chorus of necessity. The leap from communication to language also transformed consciousness itself. With words, thought could become recursive. We could think about thinking. Language externalized the mind, allowing ideas to be stored outside the brain, in sound, then in memory, and much later in writing. It also made self-awareness social. Once you can tell others what you feel, you begin to feel it differently. Emotion becomes performance. Identity becomes narrative. Some scientists argue that language did not emerge for practical reasons at all, but as an accident of curiosity. The same neural circuits that evolved for tool-making and planning may have been repurposed for symbolic play. Children today spontaneously invent languages in groups, constructing syntax from shared imagination. Perhaps the same thing happened in prehistory, as groups of young humans experimented with sounds and gestures, delighting in their own invention. Play, after all, is evolution's testing ground for creativity. Others emphasize the role of teaching. As humans began to master complex technologies, like composite tools or controlled fire, they needed more efficient ways to transfer knowledge. Gesture alone could not convey sequences or causes. Speech, however rudimentary, allowed instruction. Do this, then that. The moment one person could describe a process to another, culture began to accumulate exponentially. Language became the medium of inheritance, not just genetic, but intellectual. The emergence of language also marked the beginning of mental time travel. Through stories and explanations, humans could now reconstruct events long past or imagine those yet to come. This expanded temporal awareness may have deepened empathy. To describe a past injury is to invite others to feel it. To plan a future hunt is to share anticipation. Speech wove emotion into community. Around the fire, voices could recall ancestors, warn of dangers, or promise what would be done tomorrow. Time itself became a social construct. Even without direct evidence, the physiology of our ancient skulls supports this timeline. Fossils from around this era show fully modern cranial bases and hyoid bones, the small, horseshoe-shaped bone in the throat that anchors the muscles of speech. The inner ear had evolved to be sensitive to the same frequency range as human speech. Taken together, these details indicate that our ancestors were physically capable of talking in a way not possible for earlier species. The remaining step was cognitive, connecting sound to shared meaning. It's likely that the first truly complex languages arose in Africa and spread with early human migrations. Linguistic modelling suggests that all modern languages may descend from a single ancestral form, though its structure is unknowable. What matters more than its vocabulary is the worldview it carried. Language turned isolated awareness into collective consciousness. When people began to speak about the unseen, They created shared imagination, the foundation of myth, cooperation, and morality. In those early nights, conversation itself may have been a new kind of ritual. Around the fire, words replaced silence, stitching minds together into something greater than any individual. Each story or instruction was both sound and symbol, echo and idea. The darkness outside was vast and indifferent, but within the circle of speech, meaning grew. The spoken word became humanity's first shelter of the mind. Modern neuroscience helps us understand why this moment mattered so deeply. When we speak, networks across the brain light up, regions for memory, motor control, emotion, and social reasoning firing in unison. The same patterns occur when we listen. Conversation is thus a shared neural act, synchronizing two or more minds through rhythm and timing. In the deep past, this synchronization may have been the first true empathy technology. To hear another's voice was to feel their mind align with yours. By 70,000 years ago, this capacity for symbolic communication had likely become universal among Homo sapiens. Every known population carried the biological equipment for speech and the social structures that depended on it. The expansion of language coincided with expanding mobility. Words travelled with people as they followed river valleys and coastlines, linking groups that might otherwise have drifted apart. Language in this sense was humanity's first connective tissue, the original web. Still, there must have been a time before language became stable, when misunderstanding was common and each sound was a negotiation. Perhaps every conversation carried a thrill of discovery, a gesture paired with a sound, a meaning formed between two minds. Over centuries, these patterns solidified into what we now take for granted, the ability to describe things not here, not now, and not real. This moment in human evolution was more than biological. It was existential. Language did not merely let us survive, it let us know that we were surviving. It let us name loss and promise return, invent rules and imagine futures. It made us capable of deception, empathy, poetry, and politics. With words, the human mind became not only aware but self-aware. When we imagine those early voices, soft, uncertain, carrying through the night, we're hearing the first evidence of mind made audible. Each sound was a step toward connection, each phrase a bridge between isolation and belonging. They were not just talking, they were remembering, planning, wondering. The first words may have been small, but they opened the vast interior world we now live inside. We do not know who first spoke or what they said, but in that moment, somewhere in Africa under a darkening sky, the silence of the animal world broke. Thought found its echo, and the mind learned to speak. Around 70,000 years ago, a group of humans stood at the edge of a shoreline that was not just a boundary of land and sea, but of imagination. The African continent had been home for nearly 200,000 years, the cradle of their kind, every ancestor they could have named buried somewhere in its soil. But something was stirring in the minds of these people, a combination of curiosity, planning, and courage that no species before them had fully possessed. They looked toward the horizon and saw not the end of the world, but the possibility of another one. When they left, they would never come back. To leave Africa at that time was to step into the unknown. The climate had begun to stabilise after long cycles of drought and chaos, and corridors of green were reopening across what are now Sudan, Egypt, and the Arabian Peninsula. Sea levels were lower than today, exposing broad coastal plains along the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. These new pathways were not easy, but they were passable, and perhaps for the first time inviting. Yet the decision to take them was not dictated by instinct alone. It required foresight, to imagine food and shelter that did not yet exist, to prepare for landscapes never seen, to trust that something worth finding lay beyond the horizon. That act of imagination may have been the first truly modern form of consciousness. The journey probably began with small steps. Families followed river valleys out of East Africa, tracking the seasonal migrations of animals. Hunters and foragers pushed gradually north and east, crossing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait between what is now Djibouti and Yemen when sea levels were low enough to narrow the channel to a few kilometres. They could have used simple rafts or even crossed during low tides by wading along exposed reefs. Once on the Arabian Peninsula, they entered a world of new sounds, smells and colours, a place both alien and strangely familiar. Archaeological traces suggest that this first successful wave of Homo sapiens carried with them the technological and cognitive toolkit of the Middle Stone Age. They made composite tools, hafted stone blades, and perhaps used symbolic pigments or ornaments, but more importantly, they carried the capacity to plan and cooperate across time. To migrate successfully, groups had to anticipate resource availability, remember distant landmarks, and coordinate movements across seasons. This required not just communication, but shared mental modelling, a collective imagination of the landscape. Studies of stone tools found in Arabia, particularly in sites like Jebel Faya and Dhofar, reveal technological styles that closely resemble those from Eastern Africa, suggesting continuity. These were not aimless wanderers, but people with traditions, passing on knowledge of tool-making techniques over generations and across continents. To preserve such knowledge across changing environments implies language robust enough to encode procedures and narratives. Migration itself may have been one of humanity's first large-scale experiments in abstract planning. The path along the Indian Ocean coastline offered a chain of ecological lifelines, estuaries, mangroves, and freshwater springs where shellfish, fish and plants were abundant. Genetic studies suggest that small populations of these early migrants spread rapidly along this corridor, reaching South Asia within a few thousand years. To travel that far required navigation skills unlike any used before. Even without maps, these people must have carried mental representations of space and direction, guided by stars, tides, and memory. The ability to maintain such a mental map over hundreds or even thousands of kilometres reflects a mind capable of projecting itself forward in time. This is where human cognition reveals its most profound feature, the ability to imagine a future self. Every long journey begins with a form of faith that the person who arrives will still be you, and that your actions now will matter later. The people who left Africa may not have understood this philosophically, but they lived it practically. Each step away from home was a conversation with the future. We can only infer their emotions, but they were likely complex. Excitement, fear, loss, wonder. To migrate is to hold two worlds in mind, the one behind you and the one ahead. It demands memory as much as curiosity. These early humans were not fleeing disaster, they were following opportunity. Perhaps they saw smoke on a distant horizon, or heard rumours of herds across the next valley. Perhaps they simply followed the coastline, always keeping the sea on one side. The rhythm of walking, the endless line of water and sky, might have induced a meditative state, a psychological continuity that helped sustain them through uncertainty. Recent evidence from genetic and climatic models supports the idea that these migrations were not one singular event, but a series of expansions and retreats driven by environmental change. Each wave may have advanced along green corridors during wetter phases, then retreated when the deserts returned. Some groups vanished entirely, others survived just long enough to pass their genes, their memories, and their knowledge onward. By 60,000 years ago, however, one lineage succeeded. That lineage includes us. The mental world of these migrants was not primitive. Their tools required planning sequences, their cooperation implied empathy, and their survival depended on flexible learning. The social structures that sustained migration must have been complex, involving shared childcare, coordinated foraging, and the transmission of specialized skills. Anthropologists believe that storytelling, oral memory framed in narrative, may have been the glue that held these groups together. Stories could transmit not just information about geography or danger, but moral lessons, social roles, and shared identity. A story could carry a map longer than a footprint ever could. The act of leaving also reshaped how humans thought about place. For millions of years, hominin species had lived and died within limited territories. Now, for the first time, the concept of home expanded beyond a physical location to something internal, a set of relationships, symbols, and shared memories portable across continents. When you can describe home in words, you can carry it with you. In this sense, the migration out of Africa was not only geographic, it was psychological. The world had become imaginable. The archaeological record from this time includes evidence of coastal adaptation, complex tool assemblages, and perhaps early watercraft. But what it truly reveals is mental flexibility. These humans could read unfamiliar environments, improvise strategies, and teach one another. Their cognition was no longer reactive but anticipatory. They were thinking not just about the present problem but about patterns, seasonal, ecological, social. They could generalize from one landscape to another, predicting where water might flow, where animals might migrate, where shelter could be found. That kind of thinking is the foundation of science. Still, the journey was perilous. The Arabian Peninsula could turn from lush to lethal within a generation. The Indian subcontinent offered monsoon floods and dry seasons that could starve the unprepared. Yet these people adapted. In some regions, they left behind microlithic tools, tiny, carefully shaped blades that could be fitted into wooden or bone handles, increasing efficiency and versatility. Such inventions show abstract reasoning, breaking a problem into parts, refining a solution, and then sharing it. The real revolution was not the tool itself, but the conversation around it. The success of this migration also depended on emotional intelligence. Groups that could cooperate and resolve conflict were more likely to survive than those that fractured. Empathy, negotiation, and humour may have been as crucial as sharp stones. In this way, social cognition, the ability to understand others' perspectives, became an evolutionary advantage. The humans who left Africa were not only intelligent, they were emotionally sophisticated. By 60,000 years ago, their descendants had spread along the coasts of southern Asia and into the islands of Indonesia. Their presence there implies one of the boldest acts in prehistory: open water crossings. Even if these voyages were short, between islands separated by just a few kilometres, they required tools, timing, and above all, imagination. To step onto a raft and push away from land is to trust the unseen. That trust is consciousness turned outward. This was also the period when the genetic lineage of all non-African humans diverged from the ancestral populations that remained on the continent. The diaspora that followed would populate the entire planet, but in this moment, the most remarkable thing was not the destination. It was the mental leap itself. For the first time, a species looked beyond the familiar and believed it could belong somewhere else. We often think of this migration as physical, but it was also symbolic. It marked the first time humans acted on an abstract idea, the idea that there might be a better place. It required not just intelligence, but imagination rooted in collective belief. A few individuals could not have done it alone. Whole groups had to agree that tomorrow might be worth the risk. In that shared conviction lay the birth of hope, a cognitive emotion as powerful as fear. When we retrace these footsteps today through fossils, DNA, and stone flakes, what we're really seeing is the spread of an idea. The idea that the world is navigable, that maps can exist in the mind, that the future is real. Every coastline they followed, every mountain they crossed was also an experiment in thought. And somewhere along those routes, on a windy beach in Arabia, or beside a river in India, a family may have paused to rest. They would have built a small fire, shared food, and spoken softly under the stars. Perhaps they remembered others left behind in Africa. Perhaps they imagined children not yet born. Around that fire, their minds reached across both space and time, connecting what was and what could be. In that moment, the species we now call human had truly begun its journey, not just across the earth, but into possibility. We will never know the names of those who left, nor the exact path they took. But their legacy is everywhere, in every coastline settlement, every compass, every story about what lies beyond the horizon. They carried more than tools and genes. They carried the blueprint of the human condition, the urge to move, to imagine, to build a future that does not yet exist. And once that kind of consciousness took root, there was no going back. 65,000 years ago, the world was already crowded with intelligence. Europe and Western Asia were not empty waiting rooms for Homo sapiens to arrive. They were landscapes alive with thinking beings. In the cold valleys of what is now France, herds of reindeer passed beneath limestone cliffs marked by soot and weather. In the dense forests of Anatolia and the Levant, rivers ran thick with salmon, and the caves held the steady warmth of firelight that had been maintained for generations. The beings who lived there had minds capable of planning, remembering, and adapting. They were Neanderthals, and for almost 500,000 years they had been the architects of their own world. When modern humans finally crossed into their range, the encounter was not between primitive and advanced. It was between two variations of awareness, shaped by different histories, but bound by the same biological mystery: consciousness itself. The meeting of these species did not begin as a clash. It began as curiosity. The archaeological record shows overlap long before dominance, layers where stone tools of both lineages coexist, where campsites are separated not by conflict but by time. In places like the Levant, Neanderthals and Homo sapiens alternated occupation of the same caves for tens of thousands of years, each leaving behind hearths, ash, and worked flint. Their technologies were distinct but parallel. The Neanderthals mastered the Mousterian tradition, producing expertly retouched flakes and scrapers ideal for processing hides and butchering large game. The newcomers brought Levallois blades and composite tools that allowed more versatility. The result was not technological revolution, but dialogue in stone, an echo of minds recognizing each other through craft. To understand what this coexistence meant, one must set aside the mythology that has followed Neanderthals since the 19th century. They were not dim-witted caricatures, but highly adapted humans evolved for colder environments and heavier workloads. Their rib cages were barrel-shaped for deep breathing in icy air. Their hands were broad, strong, capable of precision, and their brains, often larger than ours, were packed into elongated skulls optimized for visual and motor processing. They had lived in Europe through countless glacial cycles, weathering abrupt climate shifts that would have annihilated less adaptable species. Their consciousness, though perhaps tuned differently, was not less. It was shaped by necessity, by the harsh intimacy of survival in the Ice Age. When Homo sapiens arrived, they did not find an alien species, they found a reflection. The genetic evidence confirms what the archaeology hints at. They interbred, repeatedly, and not as rare accidents. These unions produced offspring who lived, thrived, and carried blended genetic legacies. To live close enough for such relationships to occur, there must have been shared trust, communication, and some degree of mutual understanding. It is unlikely that speech was entirely foreign to Neanderthals. Their hyoid bone, the delicate structure that supports the tongue, resembles our own, and their auditory anatomy suggests sensitivity to the same frequency range as human speech. This means that when the first words were exchanged between these species, the air itself carried an ancient resonance, language not as invention, but as shared inheritance. Yet, for all the similarities, the ecological pressures that shaped them were distinct. Neanderthals lived in small, tightly knit groups that rarely exceeded a few dozen individuals. Their territories were familiar, intimately mapped through generations of hunting and gathering. Homo sapiens, by contrast, were already expanding rapidly across open landscapes, trading familiarity for movement. This difference, between stability and exploration, may have influenced cognition itself. Neanderthal minds appear to have been expert in the concrete, the immediate, the tactile, the known. They planned hunts, crafted tools, and built shelters that responded directly to their environment. Homo sapiens, meanwhile, carried in their minds the ability to imagine the unseen, to envision not just what was, but what could be. Their networks stretched across larger regions, suggesting a cognitive flexibility tuned for abstraction, trade, and long-term strategy. Still, the differences between them were far smaller than their shared capacities. Both species buried their dead, cared for their injured, and organised their living spaces. Neanderthal skeletons show healed fractures and chronic conditions that could only have been survived through social care. One elderly Neanderthal found at Shanidar in modern Iraq had lost an arm and was blind in one eye, yet lived long after his injuries, evidence that his community fed and protected him. Such empathy cannot be measured in tools or bones. yet it reveals the emotional depth that both lineages likely possessed. When Homo sapiens encountered Neanderthals, they did not meet brutes, but beings capable of kindness, loyalty, and grief. The archaeological traces of these encounters stretch from the Levant through the Balkans into Western Eurasia. They tell a slow story of convergence and replacement, not a sudden invasion, but a long interweaving. Some sites show transitions over centuries, where Neanderthal tool types gradually blend with new techniques introduced by incoming Homo sapiens. It may have been through imitation, exchange, or shared occupation. A flake here, a hafting method there. Each represents moments of learning, curiosity, and recognition between minds aware enough to notice difference. We often imagine these meetings as tense or tragic, but perhaps they were also moments of wonder. Picture a small clearing near a riverbank around 60,000 years ago. A group of Neanderthals, thickly clothed in animal skins, watch as strangers approach from across the valley. The newcomers carry lighter packs, their tools of a different shape, their faces slightly narrower, their voices softer but confident. Neither side has seen anything quite like the other. For a moment, silence stretches between them, heavy with uncertainty. Then one of the newcomers gestures, a universal sign of peace or offering, and slowly curiosity outweighs fear. A fire is lit. They share cooked meat, perhaps even laughter. The stars above them are the same stars we see tonight. For both, that night would have been remembered not as conquest, but as comprehension. Over the next tens of millennia, their worlds merged and diverged again. The gene flow that occurred during these early contacts left traces that still live within us. Every person of non-African descent carries fragments of Neanderthal DNA, tiny echoes of ancient encounters that remind us we are not the sole outcome of human evolution, but part of a continuum. The biological blending was brief compared to the cultural exchange that followed. Some researchers suggest that techniques for fire maintenance, adhesive production, and even clothing preparation could have passed between the groups. It was not technology that defined who survived. It was flexibility, communication, and perhaps luck. The ecological balance between these populations was fragile. As climates shifted and glacial pulses returned, Homo sapiens moved more fluidly, maintaining contact across larger territories. Neanderthal populations, already sparse, may have been isolated in pockets where gene flow and cultural innovation slowed. Extinction in this sense was not a dramatic fall, but a slow fading. Yet extinction does not mean disappearance. The traces of their minds survive in ours, not metaphorically, but literally, written into the structure of our genomes and the depths of our empathy. What made these encounters extraordinary was not dominance, but mutual recognition. For the first time in Earth's history, two species of conscious beings shared the same horizon, both aware, both sentient, both capable of understanding themselves. They watched the same skies, navigated the same seasons, and perhaps even dreamed similar dreams. To live in such a world must have carried a profound sense of familiarity and otherness at once, a reminder that the universe can create intelligence more than once, and that the boundary between us and them has always been thinner than we think. The last Neanderthals did not vanish overnight. In isolated refuges of southern Europe and Western Asia, small populations endured until around 40,000 years ago. Some may have looked across the valleys and seen distant smoke from Homo sapiens camps, understanding perhaps in a dim, unspeakable way that another kind of humanity had inherited the earth. The fires of both species would have flickered under the same moonlight for centuries before the final ones went out. What those final generations thought, we will never know. But in a quiet way, their consciousness endures every time we ask where ours began. When the two species met, the encounter did not mark the end of one and the triumph of the other. It marked the expansion of the human mind's story. Consciousness had multiplied, reflected, and merged again, leaving behind a lineage that was no longer singular. From that shared horizon, the world's awareness became one continuous thread, woven from two minds that once looked at each other and perhaps for the first time truly recognized what they were. And in that recognition, the story of consciousness became not just ours, but theirs too. 65,000 years ago, in the depths of what is now the Iberian Peninsula, someone walked into the dark. The air in the cave was still and heavy, and each step echoed faintly against the stone walls. The flicker of a torch revealed rough limestone surfaces mottled with mineral deposits, ancient water drips, and hollows carved by time. Whoever entered was not merely seeking shelter. They carried something in their hands, a mixture of red ochre and water, and an idea that did not yet have a name. As they reached one wall, they raised a hand to the rock, pressed it flat against the cold surface, and blew pigment across their fingers. When they pulled their hand away, a shape remained, a void surrounded by red, a memory of contact, the mark of a mind that had imagined permanence. That moment, frozen in darkness, would wait tens of millennia before light would touch it again. When scientists finally examined it, they would realize it was older than anyone expected, older even than us. The caves of La Pasiega, Ardeles, and Maltravieso are scattered across Spain's rugged interior and southern coast. They have long been known to archaeologists, but their paintings, red discs, ladders, dots, and hand stencils, were once assumed to belong to Homo sapiens. After all, for most of the 20th century, it was an unspoken assumption that art was ours alone. Symbolism, imagination, and representation were considered hallmarks of our species, the cognitive dividing line that set Homo sapiens apart. Yet when researchers began dating the pigment layers in these caves, using uranium-thorium methods rather than radiocarbon, the numbers that came back rewrote everything. The red marks on the walls were not 40,000 years old as expected. They were 65,000 years old, created at a time when Homo sapiens had not yet arrived in Europe. The artists, therefore, could only have been Neanderthals. That realization struck the scientific world like a quiet thunderclap. The imagery in these caves is not crude or accidental. The hand stencils are carefully placed, the red discs arranged in deliberate clusters, and the ladder-like pattern at La Pasiega shows symmetry and rhythm. These were not random stains of mineral or torch smoke. They were planned compositions requiring preparation of pigment, selection of space, and manipulation of the light. To paint inside a cave requires intention. One must gather ochre from the landscape, grind it, mix it with liquid, and transport it into darkness with torches that must be maintained for hours. Even more striking, the artist had to understand that what they were creating would outlast them. This is not instinct, it is foresight. For decades, Neanderthals were cast as our intellectual shadows, technically skilled but symbolically empty. The Spanish cave paintings challenged that story. Here was evidence that they could think in abstraction, represent the world through symbols and assign meaning to marks. In other words, they were conscious not just in the way of survival, but in the way of imagination. This does not mean their art mirrored ours in purpose or meaning, but that their mental landscapes included the ability to create something that transcended the immediate moment. Whether those handprints were spiritual, social, or simply playful, they reflect awareness of identity. This is where I was. This is my mark. This is me. The cave of Ardales, located near Malaga in southern Spain, contains one of the earliest examples of this behaviour. Its ceiling and walls are dotted with red pigment applied by fingers or by blowing through hollow tubes. Some areas show repeated applications over centuries, suggesting that the site held lasting significance. The pigment itself was derived from hematite-rich ochre, ground and mixed with water or saliva to produce a thick suspension. In the dark, its colour would have glowed like fire, mimicking life, blood, and movement. The pigment was placed not randomly, but in areas that draw the eye: stalactites, natural columns, and surfaces where water once shimmered. Such choices imply aesthetic judgment, a sense for how light and form interact, and perhaps even an understanding of symbolism tied to natural shapes. Far to the west, the cave of Maltravieso preserves dozens of negative hand stencils. They are faint, fragmented by time, but unmistakable. Some show overlapping hands, as if multiple individuals participated in a shared act. The placement is consistent, high on the walls, beyond the reach of small children, often at shoulder height for adults. The artist may have used hollow reeds to spray pigment, a technique that requires both precision and coordination. When these stencils were dated to around 66,000 years ago, Their age alone was enough to force a re-evaluation of the Neanderthal mind. But it is the simplicity of the gesture, a hand pressed against stone, that speaks most clearly across time. It is not hunting, not tool-making, not survival. It is the creation of an image for its own sake, the beginning of symbolic permanence. At La Pasiega, within the Cantabrian hills, another layer of meaning emerges. On one wall, researchers found a red linear motif shaped like a ladder, horizontal bars connected by vertical strokes. Beneath it are discs and lines that appear to have been added in sequence, forming a structured composition. To design such an arrangement required planning beyond immediate perception. The painter had to imagine a pattern before it existed, a mind's-eye projection turned into pigment. When uranium-thorium dating placed these markings at over 64,000 years old, any doubt about their origin dissolved. The Neanderthals were not copying, they were creating. Skeptics, of course, emerged. Could the pigment have been a natural deposit or contamination from later water flows? The scientists tested again, sampling calcite layers both above and below the paint. The results held steady. The art was older than the known presence of Homo sapiens in Europe. Others argued that Neanderthals might have inherited the techniques from brief contact with modern humans, but there is no archaeological trace of such interaction at that time. Instead, what emerges is a picture of parallel creativity, Neanderthals arriving independently at symbolic expression through their own cognitive pathways. To appreciate what that means, imagine the scene in total darkness. A group of Neanderthals enters the cave carrying torches made from resinous pine. Their flickering flames cast shadows that dance across the irregular walls. One kneels, grinding ochre on a flat stone, mixing it with water from a skin. Another holds a torch steady as the first presses their hand to the wall. A burst of red dust spreads outward, clinging to the rock's rough surface. The hand withdraws, leaving behind an absence that becomes presence. Perhaps a child watches, perhaps others mimic the gesture. There is laughter, maybe awe, maybe ritual. The meaning is lost to us, but the act remains, preserved in the mineral breath of the cave. The significance of these paintings lies not just in their age, but in what they reveal about the universality of symbolic thought. The capacity to turn matter into meaning, to see a colour not as pigment but as representation, is not a trivial step in evolution. It requires a neural architecture capable of abstraction, working memory and social communication. A mark only becomes meaningful if others can recognise it as such. That recognition implies a shared mental model, a community of minds capable of transmitting not just skills but symbols. The Spanish sites show that such communities existed long before Homo sapiens dominated the Earth. They force us to reconsider the notion of a singular awakening of consciousness. Instead, consciousness appears as a spectrum that multiple human species occupied at different intensities and expressions. Neanderthals may not have built temples or written myths, but they had an aesthetic awareness of their environment. They altered it deliberately, leaving traces that spoke to something internal, something that needed to be externalized. When modern archaeologists entered these caves with electric lights and measuring tools, they encountered not primitive smears of colour, but echoes of ancient minds reaching forward through time. The scientists worked slowly, sampling layers, calibrating instruments, and debating the meaning of what they saw. Some describe the experience as eerie, the sense that another intelligence had once stood there, under the same roof of stone, thinking thoughts not unlike our own. In a way, these discoveries humanize the Neanderthals more profoundly than any bone ever could. A skeleton can tell us how a body looked, how it moved, or what it ate. But a painting, especially one made in darkness for reasons we cannot fully grasp, tells us that the maker felt. Whether that feeling was curiosity, reverence, or joy, it belonged to a mind capable of emotional depth and imagination. Over time, pigment faded, calcite grew over paint, and the world outside changed beyond recognition. Glaciers advanced and retreated, species rose and fell, and the Iberian Peninsula transformed. Yet beneath all that geological and biological turbulence, the marks endured. When we finally uncovered them, we were forced to face an uncomfortable truth. Consciousness was not our invention. It had been here before us, breathing quietly in the dark. The handprints of Maltravieso are perhaps the most haunting of all. When viewed up close, The edges of the pigment feather into the rock's pores, suggesting repeated contact, hands pressing, dust spreading, breath exhaled. Each print belonged to an individual, but together they form a collective message that transcends individuality. They are not portraits, they are presences. It is possible that they served as a form of kinship record, or a mark of initiation, or simply an assertion of being. Whatever their purpose, they carry a universality that speaks across the chasm of time. A hand pressed against stone says, "I exist, and I wish to be remembered." Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of this revelation is not what it says about Neanderthals, but what it says about us. For hundreds of years we have sought to define humanity by exclusion, by drawing lines between us and them. The red hands on those Spanish walls remind us that consciousness does not respect such borders. It spreads wherever life has enough time to look inward. When the pigment first touched the stone, there was no audience, no history, no art. There was only a being aware of its existence and capable of making that awareness visible. That act, the translation of thought into symbol, marks the threshold of mind. And so, whether the first artist was Neanderthal or Homo sapiens may ultimately be irrelevant. What matters is that someone, somewhere, understood that ideas could outlive bodies, that colour could capture meaning, and that silence could be broken not by sound but by gesture. In that moment, deep inside a Spanish cave 65,000 years ago, art was born not as decoration, but as consciousness made visible. Around 100,000 years ago, deep in the heart of the Zagros Mountains in what is now northern Iraq, a small group of Neanderthals carried one of their own into the darkness of a limestone cave. The air was cool and heavy, filled with a slow drip of mineral water and the scent of damp soil. They moved carefully, the firelight from their torches revealing walls streaked with shadows. In their arms was the body of a man, old by their standards, perhaps 40 or 50 years in age, a full life for that world. His bones tell us he had lived with pain. One arm had been lost long before his death, a wound that had healed cleanly. His skull bore signs of past injury, and his spine was deformed from years of strain. Yet he had survived for decades, long enough for those who lived beside him to have cared for him, fed him, and carried him through illness and age. When his time finally came, they did not abandon him to scavengers or the open plain. They brought him here, to Shanidar Cave, and they buried him. What they did next is still one of the most debated gestures in all of prehistory. Around the skeleton, in the ancient sediment, archaeologists would later find dense clusters of pollen grains, remnants of wildflowers, yellow, purple and white species native to the surrounding mountains. At first, no one believed it. In the mid-20th century, when Ralph Solecki began excavating Shanidar, the idea that Neanderthals could have practiced any kind of ritual was unthinkable to many scientists. The dominant image of them was still that of primitive brutes, incapable of abstract thought or emotion. Yet Solecki's team carefully collected and analysed the soil samples, confirming that the pollen was not randomly distributed. It appeared to have been placed deliberately, perhaps as a layer over the body. The flower burial, as it came to be known, ignited decades of debate. Were the flowers truly part of a funeral ritual, or had they been carried in by rodents burrowing through the sediment? The question remains open even now. But whether or not the pollen was ceremonial, the act of deliberate burial itself is difficult to explain without invoking a form of consciousness that included memory, empathy, and awareness of mortality. To bury the dead is to understand that they are gone, to recognise death as more than the disappearance of motion. It is to acknowledge a boundary, to feel loss, and to act upon it. Shanidar Cave preserved more than one such burial. Over time, 10 individuals were found, men, women, and children, each interred with care. Some bodies were placed in shallow depressions, others covered with stones or earth. In one case, the limbs were neatly folded, suggesting positioning rather than collapse. The sediment surrounding them showed signs of repeated occupation, as if generations had returned to the same place to live, die, and remember. This was not a random accumulation of bones. It was a community's history, pressed into the earth. The cave itself, vast and sheltered, seems to have been a kind of centre for these people. Its mouth opens toward a valley where rivers once flowed and herds migrated with the seasons. The location would have offered safety, warmth, and a commanding view of the landscape, qualities not lost on the Neanderthals who made it their home. Within its depths, the traces of their daily life remain: hearths, stone tools, butchered animal bones. But the graves tell another story, one that reaches beyond survival. They suggest reflection. For a long time, the concept of Neanderthal emotion was treated with suspicion. How could a species known for thick bones and stone scrapers possibly experience grief, tenderness, or reverence? Yet the evidence accumulated quietly. At La Chapelle-aux-Saints in France, a Neanderthal skeleton was discovered in a shallow pit dating back nearly 60,000 years, one of the earliest recognised intentional burials in Europe. At Teshiktash in Uzbekistan, a child's body was found surrounded by a semicircle of goat horns, carefully arranged. Across multiple sites, the pattern repeats: bodies placed with intention, protected from scavengers, accompanied by objects or features of potential symbolic value. These gestures do not prove religion, but they do reveal recognition. To prepare a grave is to imagine a future in which the dead remain present, even in absence. It is an act that depends on memory and empathy, traits deeply tied to consciousness. Modern neuroscience has shown that the same brain regions involved in understanding the emotions of others are activated when we contemplate death or separation. The Neanderthals, it seems, shared that circuitry. Their care for the old and injured shows social bonds that extend beyond utility. Their burials hint at continuity, an understanding that relationships persist even when life does not. Ralph Selecki, writing after years of excavation, described his sense of awe standing before the remains in Shanidar Cave. The body was archaic, he said, but the spirit was modern. It was a simple phrase, but it captured something profound. The Neanderthals, long caricatured as beasts, were beginning to emerge as humans in every sense but name, creatures who could love, protect, and mourn. The more scientists studied the Shanidar remains, the clearer this picture became. In addition to the flower burial, another skeleton, known as Shanidar I, showed severe physical impairments that would have made independent survival nearly impossible. His right arm had been amputated at the elbow, his right eye likely blinded by trauma, and his skull showed signs of chronic infection. Despite all this, he lived well into adulthood. The only plausible explanation is that others had cared for him. This implies not just compassion, but foresight, the ability to anticipate another's needs and act accordingly. It is empathy turned into behaviour. Recent excavations at Shanidar have continued to reveal new details. In the 21st century, archaeologist Emma Pomeroy and her colleagues re-examined the burial layers using modern methods, uncovering yet another Neanderthal individual placed carefully in a hollow cut into the cave floor. Microscopic analysis of sediment around the body confirmed that the grave had been intentionally filled. Charred plant material suggested the use of fire during or after the burial, perhaps as illumination or ritual. The stratigraphy also showed that the Neanderthals returned repeatedly to this same spot over thousands of years. This was not an isolated act, it was tradition. What would such a funeral have meant to those who performed it? We can only speculate, but the possibilities are extraordinary. To gather the dead, prepare the ground, and arrange the body requires cooperation and planning. It demands a shared understanding of significance, a collective script for what death means. Perhaps they whispered or sang as they worked. Perhaps they placed flowers not for beauty but for scent, to mask decay. Or perhaps the flowers themselves carried meaning, the colour of life offered to death. Whatever their motives, the act transformed grief into structure. This emotional depth challenges the assumption that consciousness evolved only through complexity of tool-making or language. At Shanidar, we see something quieter but equally profound: awareness of another's inner state. It is one thing to think, it is another to feel for someone else. That capacity, to share emotional experience, may have been one of the earliest forms of reflective thought. In the Neanderthals, it reached a level that left permanent marks on the archaeological record. To stand today in Shanidar Cave is to stand in the presence of empathy made ancient. The ceiling rises high above, pockmarked by erosion, while dust motes drift through beams of afternoon light. The wind that enters from the valley carries the same scent of wild herbs that once grew outside. Somewhere beneath the floor, under layers of sediment, the pollen still lingers, silent evidence of a mind that looked upon death and answered it with care. For all our scientific precision, we cannot escape the emotional resonance of that act. The flower burial may never be definitively proven as ritual, but even the debate reflects how deeply we recognize ourselves in these gestures. Every culture, across every age, has sought to make meaning of death. The Neanderthals in their quiet mountain cave may have been the first to do so. Their minds, like ours, could not bear the thought of nothingness, so they created something, an act, a memory, a ritual to fill the void. If consciousness is the awareness of self, then empathy is its reflection, the awareness of others. In the Neanderthal story, those two forms of awareness intertwine. They show us that intelligence without emotion is not truly human, and that the first minds to bury the dead were not trying to explain the world, but to soften its edges. When the last Neanderthal hands covered a body with soil in Shanidar Cave, they were doing what countless hands would do after them. They were not making history. They were expressing something older than civilization itself, the refusal to let love vanish entirely into the dark. And so the flowers, whether real or symbolic, remain their message to us across time. They tell us that consciousness is not only the capacity to think, but the courage to care. Somewhere in the icy plateaus of ancient Siberia, long before the written word and long before even the ancestors of modern humans crossed the continents, another lineage of humanity stood beside a hearth. The air was cold and heavy with wood smoke, the light from the flames trembling against their faces. Their hands were thick, steady, deliberate. They lifted a piece of bone from the firelight and began to carve. The strokes were careful, repeating geometric, lines that crossed and curved with no purpose of hunting or cooking, no clear reason at all. It was, as far as we can tell, a message that only the Maker could understand. And the Maker was not us. They were Denisovans. We only learned of their existence recently, hidden in the genetic shadows of our own species. For most of human history, no one even imagined they had been there. Then, in the year 2010, a small fragment of a finger bone discovered deep in Siberia's Denisova cave revealed through DNA sequencing a mystery so vast it redrew the entire map of human origins. The bone did not belong to a Neanderthal or to a Homo sapiens. It represented a third branch of humanity, our cousins who thrived across the high plateaus of Central and East Asia for hundreds of thousands of years. But bones and genomes tell us only so much. To glimpse consciousness, we look for something else. Traces of imagination, symbolic acts, evidence of minds that could dream. The Denisovans left few artifacts. Their world is known mostly through fragments. Teeth larger than ours, a piece of a jawbone from the Tibetan plateau, a scattering of genetic footprints across modern populations. Yet even in those sparse clues there are glimmers of inner life. At Lingjing in central China, archaeologists uncovered animal bones etched with deliberate cross-hatched lines, dating to roughly 120,000 years ago. The marks were too precise to be the result of butchery or accident. Under magnification, their edges show repetition, rhythm, and intention. The toolmaker paused, repositioned, and continued. It was an act of design. Nearby, other bones carried traces of red pigment, residues of hematite ground into powder and applied by human hand. Pigment has no nutritional or structural value. It stains, it decorates, it marks. Its presence implies awareness not of function but of representation, of the idea that colour can mean something beyond itself. These fragments may belong to populations related to the Denisovans, or to another yet unnamed lineage of archaic humans. Either way, they whisper of a shared pattern that appears again and again across deep time, the urge to transform the world not only by surviving in it, but by altering it in symbol. What could these engravings have meant to their makers? The answer, like the Denisovans themselves, is hidden beneath layers of extinction. Perhaps the markings were abstract expressions of ownership, territorial markers, or ritual codes. Or perhaps more simply they were acts of focus, of attention directed inward. a meditative gesture made visible. The pattern, after all, was not random. It was symmetrical, balanced, rhythmic. That rhythm may have existed first in the brain before it ever reached the bone. The act of carving, of repeating lines, could have served the same purpose as a melody, a thought loop turned tactile. The Denisovans lived across an immense range, from the frozen forests of Siberia to the windswept mountains of Tibet and the humid lowlands of Southeast Asia. Genetic evidence shows that they adapted to high altitudes, thriving where oxygen was scarce and winters were long. Such resilience implies complex survival strategies, cooperation, and transmission of knowledge. They may have built shelters from wood and hide, used pigments, crafted ornaments from bone and ivory. Some even left behind stone tools indistinguishable from those made by their Neanderthal neighbours. To exist in such harsh environments required not just strength, but foresight, a capacity for mental simulation, for imagining actions before taking them. That too is consciousness in motion. In Denisova Cave itself, the sediment layers tell a long story. Beneath the limestone walls of the Altai Mountains, layers of ash and debris mark the occupation of 3 different human species over hundreds of millennia: Neanderthals, Denisovans, and later Homo sapiens. The cave was not a single home but a shared inheritance, passed from one kind of mind to another. From its depths came tools, ornaments, and in one layer, a fragment of polished green stone carefully shaped into a bracelet. Its smooth surface shows microscopic grooves, evidence that it was once worn by someone with care. The craftsmanship required not only precision but imagination, the same sort of mental visualization we use today when creating art. Though its maker cannot be identified with absolute certainty, many archaeologists now believe the bracelet was Denisovan. If so, it represents one of the oldest examples of personal adornment on Earth. There is something haunting about the Denisovan absence. For a species so widespread, they left remarkably few remains. We know their DNA lives on, woven into the genomes of modern humans from Melanesia to East Asia, but their physical presence vanished tens of thousands of years ago. Still, their mental presence might linger in the continuity of ideas, the shared impulse to engrave, to decorate, to transform matter into meaning. The Lingjing bones, the pigment stains, and the polished bracelet are more than curiosities. They are echoes of minds exploring the symbolic frontier long before Homo sapiens walked there. It is tempting to think of consciousness as a single flame that passed from species to species, growing brighter until it reached us. But the evidence from East Asia complicates that story. It suggests not a straight line of progress, but a constellation of lights flickering in parallel, each lineage discovering in its own way the strange pleasure of thought for its own sake. The Denisovans were one of those lights, glowing faintly in the deep cold. In the last decade, advances in ancient DNA and proteomics have begun to give shape to their story. The discovery of a Denisovan jawbone in the highlands of Tibet, more than 3,000 metres above sea level, revealed a people uniquely adapted to the thin air of the plateau. Genetic analysis showed that their descendants passed on this adaptation to modern Tibetans through interbreeding, an invisible inheritance of physiology and survival. That transfer of genes, though biological, also implies moments of contact and coexistence. To exchange life, after all, requires at least fleeting understanding, recognition across the boundaries of difference. In many ways, the Denisovans remain the most enigmatic branch of the human family. We have no full skeleton, no face to reconstruct, no cave walls filled with imagery to interpret. What we have instead are fragments that force us to imagine. A few engraved lines on bone, a shimmer of red dust, a polished stone bracelet, each a trace of thought left in matter. Each one asks the same question: how many kinds of mind once looked at the world and wondered? The symbolic potential visible in the Lingjing engravings is not an isolated phenomenon. Across East and Central Asia, other sites reveal faint but suggestive patterns, scratched bones, pigment residues, and tool modifications that serve no obvious function. Together, they hint at an emerging world of mental abstraction. This was a continent alive with experimentation, where multiple species of human-like minds interacted, borrowed, and perhaps inspired one another. It may be that consciousness itself was not invented once, but discovered repeatedly, like fire under different skies. To hold one of those engraved bones today is to feel the weight of deep time pressing through fingertips. The lines are delicate but deliberate, each groove a fossilized decision. They capture not a picture, but a process, the translation of inner awareness into physical motion. That is the essence of symbolic behavior, to take something invisible, like thought, and give it form. The Denisovans may never have spoken language as we know it, but they understood rhythm, balance, and transformation. And that understanding is enough to bridge the gulf between species. Standing in the imagined light of a Denisovan campfire, one can almost hear the quiet repetition of carving, the scrape of stone on bone, the murmur of voices rising into the night. There is no grandeur, no ceremony, just concentration, intention, and perhaps a kind of calm curiosity. These were not beings driven only by instinct. They were thinkers, problem solvers, artisans. They were human in ways that transcend biology. The Denisovan echo in our DNA is more than genetic. It is a reminder that the story of consciousness does not belong solely to us. It is a chorus, layered and complex, resonating across vanished worlds. Every carved bone, every streak of pigment, every polished stone they left behind is a verse from that older song. We may never decipher the words, but the rhythm, the pulse of awareness, is unmistakable. The Denisovans disappeared from the archaeological record around 50,000 years ago, absorbed into the lineages that would eventually spread across the world. But extinction is a relative term. Their genes live in us, and perhaps so do some of their thoughts, encoded not in DNA but in the deep architecture of imagination, the inherited capacity to see pattern where there is chaos, to make meaning where there is none. Somewhere in the dust of Denisova Cave, the ashes of their last fire still mingle with the soil. The walls are silent, but the echo endures. It asks a simple question that may never be answered. When they carved those bones, when they mixed that red pigment, when they polished that stone until it shone, did they too dream? Around 100,000 years ago, the southern tip of Africa was not yet the cradle of modern imagination, but the wind already carried hints of something different. The sea had pulled far away from the cliffs, leaving vast plains of shell and salt. Along these coasts, small bands of early Homo sapiens gathered at the mouths of caves, using fire to hold back the night while the ocean murmured below. These were not mythic ancestors or primitive shadows. They were people who looked like us, thought like us, and, as the evidence increasingly shows, began to behave like us in ways that transformed what it meant to be human. For a long time, archaeology told a Eurocentric story of awakening. That symbolic thought, art, and complex behaviour first erupted in Europe around 40,000 years ago, with painted caves and carved figurines. But the ground beneath Africa has been whispering a different version for decades. From the ochre processing workshops of Blombus Cave to the delicate beads of Border Cave, from the heat-treated tools of Pinnacle Point to the carved bones of Sibudu, the pattern has become unmistakable. The first sparks of behavioural modernity were already burning in Africa tens of thousands of years ago, years before the so-called creative explosion of Europe. At Blombos, a sea-facing cave on South Africa's southern coast, archaeologists uncovered something extraordinary: engraved ochre plaques marked with deliberate cross-hatched patterns. They date to around 75,000 years ago, but they are not random scratches. The lines are ordered, intentional, repeated with precision. Each incision follows the next in rhythm, forming a geometric design that has no practical use. It is the oldest known evidence of abstract representation, a symbol created for its own sake. The hand that made it was not solving a problem of survival, but expressing an idea. Nearby in the same layers, researchers found tiny perforated shells, their edges smoothed by wear. Some were coated with traces of a red pigment, suggesting they had been strung as necklaces or sewn into clothing. These are the earliest known ornaments in human history, older than anything found in Eurasia. To decorate the body is to step beyond the immediate, to construct identity, to signal belonging, to make beauty visible. It is thought externalized. Even deeper in Blombus Cave, scientists discovered what may be the first workshop in the world. In small abalone shells, they found residues of a red pigment mixture, ochre ground with bone marrow fat, crushed quartz, and charcoal. This combination required planning and understanding of material properties. It suggests that these early humans were not experimenting randomly. They were following recipes, blending colour in deliberate proportions. Some researchers call this the earliest evidence of chemistry, others of art. Either way, it reveals a mind capable of abstraction and foresight, a mind that could imagine what did not yet exist. At Border Cave, nestled in the Lubombo Mountains on the border between South Africa and Eswatini, the record tells a similarly astonishing story. There, archaeologists found a baby's burial dating to nearly 75,000 years ago, accompanied by a delicate string of perforated shells and beads made from ostrich eggshell. To prepare a grave is to confront death, but to adorn the dead is to engage in meaning, to say, in some small way, that life continues in memory or symbol. The Border Cave burial is one of the earliest direct proofs that our ancestors felt such emotion and acted upon it. Somewhere in the dust of Denisova Cave, the ashes of their last fire still mingle with the soil. The walls are silent, but the echo endures. It asks a simple question that may never be answered. When they carved those bones, when they mixed that red pigment, when they polished that stone until it shone, did they too dream? Elsewhere, at sites like Pinnacle Point and Sibidu Cave, the evidence grows denser. Around 160,000 years ago, humans at Pinnacle Point were already collecting and heating silkrete stone to make it easier to shape into blades. This was not trial and error. It was controlled fire technology, requiring an understanding of how heat changes the structure of stone. In cognitive terms, it represents abstract reasoning, the ability to predict cause and effect across time, to imagine transformation before it happens. It also suggests that fire had long become more than warmth or protection. It was a tool for engineering, for altering matter through intention. At Sibidu Cave, meanwhile, layers of plant material preserved beneath sediment reveal the oldest known use of bedding, soft mats of grass laid over ash, dating back 77,000 years. Microscopic analysis shows that the grass species used contained natural insect-repelling chemicals. These were not mere sleeping surfaces, they were curated environments designed for comfort and hygiene. Such attention to living space implies planning, memory, and social organisation, the kinds of cognitive skills that underlie culture. Across these sites, we glimpse a world already rich with invention long before the famous European caves. People ground pigment to make colour, carved bone into points, strung beads for display, and used fire not just for survival, but for transformation. The symbolic capacity was not a sudden explosion. It was a slow unfolding, nurtured by generations who passed down methods, memories, and meanings. This African Renaissance unfolded in a landscape both brutal and generous. The climate oscillated between wet and dry phases, forcing populations to adapt constantly. Along the southern coast, where land met sea, the rich intertidal zone offered an abundance of shellfish, seaweed, and small game. This diet, dense in omega-3 fatty acids, may have nourished not just the body but the brain, supporting neural development and the maintenance of cognitive complexity. Living near the sea also meant learning to navigate tides, seasons, and distant landmarks, each a lesson in pattern recognition and memory. Such intelligence would not have emerged in isolation. The archaeological record shows consistent evidence of cooperation, shared hearths, divided labour, and long-distance material transport. Pieces of stone from one site have been traced to quarries more than 30 kilometres away, suggesting trade or exchange networks. These were communities aware of space and time, connected by communication and trust. At Howison's port, a technological culture that flourished across southern Africa between 170 and 60,000 years ago, the tools themselves become evidence of thought. Blades were standardized, hafted to wooden shafts and sometimes decorated. The stoneworking methods required teaching, coordination, and imagination. The sheer consistency of technique across regions indicates shared traditions, cultural continuity spanning generations. And yet, for all this innovation, life remained precarious. populations were small, scattered and vulnerable to environmental change. A single drought or shift in sea level could erase entire communities. What makes the African story remarkable is not only the invention it produced, but the resilience behind it. Even through bottlenecks, the knowledge survived. Encoded in memory, ritual and teaching, that endurance is, in itself, a sign of consciousness, the ability to project meaning forward through time, to ensure that an idea outlives its originator. When we look at the engravings from Blombos or the beads from Border Cave, it is tempting to call them art. But perhaps that word is too narrow. These were not paintings hung for admiration. They were acts of connection. Between individuals, between generations, between the living and the dead. They represent a shared awareness that meaning can exist beyond immediate experience. To carve, to paint, to decorate, is to recognize that something unseen, the self, the group, the world, can be represented and remembered. Modern research in cognitive archaeology suggests that these behaviors mark the emergence of what psychologists call mental time travel, the ability to imagine the past and the future as distinct from the present. Once that capacity exists, storytelling, planning and symbolism follow naturally. The humans of the African Middle Stone Age may not have spoken as we do, but they almost certainly communicated abstractly, referring to things not directly visible. Their world was already layered with meaning. By 60,000 years ago, this cultural foundation had matured into a cognitive toolkit capable of carrying humanity across continents. The migrations that would later populate Asia and Europe were not the product of a sudden revolution, but of a long apprenticeship in creativity, collaboration, and curiosity. The seeds of all later human imagination, myth, art, ritual, science, were already sown in African soil. When we speak of a renaissance, we often think of rebirth after stagnation. But the African Renaissance of prehistory was not a rebirth. It was the first birth of symbolic thought itself. It was here, in caves along the Indian Ocean and valleys carved by ancient rivers, that people first turned perception into expression. They left behind pigments and patterns that say, wordlessly, we were thinking. We were here today, as archaeologists brush sand from ochre fragments or peer through microscopes at microscopic residues. They are piecing together not only the origins of art, but the origins of awareness. Each grain of pigment, each bead, each mark is a neuron in the deep brain of our species, a record of the first minds to recognize beauty in form and colour, to wonder what it meant to exist. The story of human consciousness did not begin in Europe with painted walls. It began under African skies, by the light of small fires near the sea, where people learned to see themselves in the world and the world within themselves. Their legacy is not only in our DNA, but in every gesture of creativity that still defines us. The drive to make, to symbolize, to understand. And if you listen closely to the wind moving through the caves of Blombos and Border, you might still hear it. The faint scrape of stone on ochre, the quiet breath of someone carving meaning into colour for the very first time. Around 45,000 years ago, on a humid island that now forms part of Indonesia, someone stepped into the mouth of a limestone cave carrying a torch made from dried palm leaves. The flame flickered against the uneven walls, revealing surfaces stained with minerals and shadows that seemed to move like living things. The cave, known today as Lengtedonge, lay hidden behind a tangle of forested hills. Even now it is difficult to reach. Yet back then, someone made their way inside, knelt down and began to paint. What they created still survives. A life-sized image of a warty pig, outlined in red pigment, its snout lifted, its body detailed with lines suggesting hair, muscle, and motion. At more than 45,000 years old, it is the oldest known figurative painting in the world. It is easy, from our modern perspective, to look at this ancient creature and see art. But to its maker, it may have been something else entirely. It might have been a spirit, a memory, a story, or perhaps even a thought spoken in colour rather than sound. Whatever it was, it required imagination, a mind able to hold an image of something not physically present and to translate that inner vision into form. The hand that painted the Sulawesi pig was not merely copying the world, it was communicating with it. The discovery of this painting reshaped what we thought we knew about the birth of art and storytelling. For generations, scholars believe that the great creative leap, the explosion of symbolic thinking, happened in Ice Age Europe. The walls of Chauvet and Altamira became icons of that awakening. But the Sulawesi caves tell a more complex global story. The oldest figurative art ever found did not come from France or Spain, but from the tropics of Southeast Asia. There, in humid darkness, the first recorded storyteller made a wall speak. The animal itself, the warty pig, was native to Sulawesi, an island teeming with unique life. Its short legs and thick body made it both a source of food and a creature of myth. Archaeologists found not just one, but multiple images, some overlapping, others standing alone, all painted in shades of red ochre made from iron-rich minerals. Nearby, smaller hand stencils appear, created by blowing pigment over a hand pressed against the wall. These silhouettes are ghostly and intimate, as if the artists were signing their names in breath. Together, the animals and handprints create a scene, a composition, a narrative. It may depict a hunt, a ritual, or something we cannot even name. Dating these paintings required extraordinary precision. Scientists used uranium series dating on mineral deposits, thin calcite layers that had formed over the art through time. By measuring radioactive decay, they could determine that the warty pig painting was at least 45,500 years old, and possibly older. This means that humans in Indonesia were already practicing sophisticated, representational art around the same time, or even before, similar expressions appeared in Europe. Who were these artists? The most likely answer is Homo sapiens, members of the same species that had left Africa tens of thousands of years earlier. But that simple statement hides a profound truth. They were us. They had the same kind of minds, the same neural capacity for imagination, memory, and emotion. Their art shows not just motor skill, but mental layering, the ability to combine perception with intention, and intention with expression. Painting an animal on a cave wall is not a simple act. It involves multiple levels of abstraction. The artist must first observe and remember the animal, then reduce its complex form to outline and gesture, then select materials that can recreate those shapes in pigment. The process demands not only fine motor control, but visualization, categorization, and planning. The cognitive foundation of storytelling. To imagine the animal's movement and to preserve it on stone is to make memory external. It is to build a bridge between the inner and outer world. This transformation, the externalization of thought, marks one of the most important thresholds in human history. Once images existed outside the mind, they could be seen, shared, modified, and remembered collectively. That collective memory is what we now call culture. In the dim light of the Sulawesi caves, we see its birth. The art of Sulawesi is not isolated. Across neighbouring islands and regions, similar early works have emerged. In Liang Bulu Sipong, another cave in Sulawesi, researchers discovered a painting dated to around 44,000 years ago that depicts what appears to be a hunting scene. Small human-like figures armed with spears or ropes surrounding wild animals. Some of the figures have animal heads, suggesting mythic or symbolic storytelling rather than literal documentation. If accurate, this is the earliest known narrative scene in the world. It means that by this time, humans were not just observing life, but imagining events that blended reality and imagination. They were inventing fiction. To paint a story is to time travel. It is to step outside the immediate present and record a moment that might not even have happened. The Lengbulu Sipong mural represents one of the first visual expressions of narrative consciousness, the capacity to construct what if and once upon a time. That shift in thought from experience to imagination may be what truly defines us. These paintings also reveal a technical sophistication that is easy to overlook. To produce ochre pigment, artists collected iron-rich rocks from nearby riverbeds and crushed them with stone mortars, mixing the powder with water or animal fat to create a stable paste. They likely used brushes made of reeds, hair, or fingers, and torches to illuminate the wall as they worked. The placement of the figures, high on walls following the natural contours of the rock, suggests careful planning. The cave was not a random canvas. It was chosen, prepared, and transformed. Even today, standing before those red silhouettes, one feels the weight of their intention. The animals seem to breathe with the uneven surface of the stone. The hand stencils, layered over time, form a silent conversation between generations. Each hand pressed to the wall was a gesture of presence. I was here. But more than that, it was a declaration of awareness. I know that I am. Modern cognitive science describes this as self-reflective consciousness, the ability to recognize one's own perspective as part of a larger pattern. The Sulawesi artists were not only aware of themselves, but aware that others could see what they saw. They painted with an audience in mind, even if that audience was the spirits, the community, or the future. In that sense, these caves may be the first theatres, the first spaces where imagination became public. Archaeologists have debated the meaning of such imagery for decades. Were these paintings shamanic visions, hunting magic, social identity markers, or early storytelling devices? The truth is, we may never know. But all these interpretations share one underlying element: communication. The artist wanted to share something, an idea, a belief, a story, with others. That desire to share experience, to make thought visible, is the foundation of art and language alike. The tropical humidity of Sulawesi has eroded much of what was once there, but what remains is enough to reconstruct the arc of human creativity. These caves prove that symbolic behaviour and artistic expression were not confined to one region or one people. They were global phenomena, emerging wherever humans gathered and dreamed. The warty pig, immortalised in ochre, is not just a local animal. It is a symbol of a universal awakening. Imagine for a moment the scene when that first painting was complete. The fire burned low, the pigment still drying on the cool limestone. Perhaps others gathered to look, their faces glowing red in the flicker of light. They would have seen the animal come alive on the wall, the first recorded moment when a human creation seemed to move, to possess its own kind of life. In that instant, something irreversible happened. The world gained a mirror. Humanity could now see itself not only in flesh, but in image. From that act came everything that would follow. Myth, religion, literature, cinema, all born from the same impulse to make the invisible visible. The warty pig of Sulawesi may be crude by modern standards, but it is not primitive. It is foundational. It is the moment when imagination learned to speak through form. What we see today, behind glass and documentation, once lived in torchlight and silence. The artist who painted these creatures did not know they were making history. They were following something deeper, a compulsion to remember, to preserve, to project. In doing so, they expanded the boundaries of what thought could be. Perhaps that is why the image still moves us across 45,000 years. It is not the technical skill or the pigment that matters. It is the gesture, the hand that reached out of darkness to say something about life. The walls began to speak then, and in a way they never stopped. Every word, every painting, every story since is an echo of that first conversation between mind and matter. The cave remains quiet now. Bats hang from the ceiling where once torches flickered. Moisture seeps from the stone, slowly erasing the edges of the painting. Yet even as the image fades, the meaning endures. It is not the preservation of pigment that matters, but the endurance of thought, the realization that imagination can survive extinction. When the walls of Liangtodonge first came alive with colour, the painter could not have imagined that the image would outlast their descendants, their language, their world. But it did, and in that endurance lies the essence of consciousness itself, the will to be remembered. The Sulawesi warty pig is not merely a painting. It is a sentence written by the first storytellers of Earth, a sentence still unfinished, still unfolding wherever humans gather round light and speak of what is not there. The tropical humidity of Sulawesi has eroded much of what was once there, but what remains is enough to reconstruct the arc of human creativity. These caves prove that symbolic behaviour and artistic expression were not confined to one region or one people. They were global phenomena, emerging wherever humans gathered and dreamed. The warty pig, immortalised in ochre, is not just a local animal, it is a symbol of a universal awakening. Imagine, for a moment, the scene when that first painting was complete. The fire burned low, the pigment still drying on the cool limestone. Perhaps others gathered to look, their faces glowing red in the flicker of light. They would have seen the animal come alive on the wall, the first recorded moment when a human creation seemed to move, to possess its own kind of life. In that instant, something irreversible happened. The world gained a mirror. Humanity could now see itself not only in flesh, but in image. From that act came everything that would follow. Myth, religion, literature, cinema. All born from the same impulse to make the invisible visible. The warty pig of Sulawesi may be crude by modern standards, but it is not primitive. It is foundational. It is the moment when imagination learned to speak through form. What we see today, behind glass and documentation, once lived in torchlight and silence. The artists who painted these creatures did not know they were making history. They were following something deeper, a compulsion to remember, to preserve, to project. In doing so, they expanded the boundaries of what thought could be. Perhaps that is why the image still moves us across 45,000 years. It is not the technical skill or the pigment that matters. It is the gesture, the hand that reached out of darkness to say something about life. The walls began to speak then, and in a way they never stopped. Every word, every painting, every story since is an echo of that first conversation between mind and matter. 40,000 years ago, the cold wind that swept through the valleys of what is now southern Germany carried with it the smell of pine resin, smoke, and mammoth fat. The glaciers had pulled close to Europe's heart, turning the land into a silent, glittering plain of ice and scattered life. In one small valley, the Lone, a handful of humans huddled near the mouth of a cave called Hohlenstein-Stadel. Inside, the walls glowed in the dim light of a small fire, and the crackle of burning wood was the only sound apart from breathing. Someone sat apart from the others, working with quiet intensity on a piece of ivory. The tusk of a mammoth, dense, luminous, almost like frozen bone, rested on their knees. They had been shaping it for weeks, maybe months. Each cut was slow and deliberate. The figure emerging from the ivory was neither beast nor human, but something in between. It had the body of a person and the head of a cave lion. And for reasons that may never be fully known, that difference mattered. Archaeologists found the fragments of this ivory figure in the year 1939, when the world was again on the brink of chaos. At first, it was only splinters and shards, so brittle they crumbled when touched. It took decades of reassembly to understand what it truly was, a sculpture standing 31 centimetres tall, carved entirely by hand from a single mammoth tusk. The Lion Man of Hohlenstein-Stadel, as it came to be known, is the oldest known example of figurative art ever found. But more than that, it is the oldest known expression of myth, because whoever carved this figure did not simply imitate the world, they invented one. Today, when scientists and artists alike study the Lion Man, the same realization returns again and again. This was not made for survival. It had no use as a tool, weapon, or ornament. To complete it would have taken hundreds of hours at a time when every meal had to be hunted or gathered. The maker of the Lion Man could have spent those days making spear tips, scraping hides, or following migrating herds. Instead, they sat in near darkness, shaping something that existed only in their imagination. The act itself was a declaration of abstraction, a statement that the human mind could now create realities beyond necessity. The people who lived in this landscape belonged to what archaeologists call the Aurignacian culture, one of the earliest known societies of Homo sapiens in Europe. They made delicate bone flutes painted on cave walls and carved figures of animals with astonishing grace. But among all their creations, the Lion Man stands apart. Its very form suggests a new category of thought, a mind able to combine two distinct realities, human and animal, into one symbolic whole. To merge identities like this requires a rare kind of cognition, the ability to imagine what is not, to project ideas into physical form, to represent rather than replicate. What could the Lion Man have meant? Perhaps it represented a spirit or ancestor, a protector invoked during hunts or rituals. The polished surface suggests it was handled repeatedly, maybe passed from person to person around a fire. Some researchers think it was an idol, others believe it was an embodiment of transformation, the idea that a human could become an animal, or that both shared the same essence. Whatever the case, it reflects something staggering, a consciousness aware of its own imagination. In earlier ages, our ancestors had already learned to shape the physical world. They had chipped stone into precise symmetry and built wooden structures that defied chance. But this was different. The Lion Man is not about function, it is about meaning. Its creation marks a point where humans began to organise reality around invisible ideas. They were no longer just surviving the Ice Age, they were constructing stories to understand it. Scientists studying the figure have noticed something else. The ivory is covered with tiny wear marks, smoothed by countless touches. Some areas shine more than others, as though fingers repeatedly brushed its surface during ceremonies or moments of reflection. The hands that carved it were the same hands that later carried it, and in that gesture lies the quiet continuity of belief. The Lion Man is not just an artifact, it is a memory of touch, of shared attention. It shows that by 40,000 years ago, humans were already assigning emotion to objects, binding feeling and idea together in a way that suggests a complex inner world. The material itself adds another layer of meaning. Mammoth ivory is unforgiving. It cracks easily and demands long, patient work to shape. Experimental archaeologists who tried to recreate the Lion Man using Paleolithic tools found that it took more than 300 hours of concentrated effort to complete, an unimaginable investment for a society living on the edge of survival. This implies something profound. The time itself had become expendable in service of meaning. Whoever made this sculpture was not merely working. They were committing themselves to an idea that could outlive them. That is consciousness as endurance. Yet we should not imagine this ancient person as an artist in the modern sense, nor assume that they knew what we mean by art. In their world, the boundaries between art, belief and survival did not yet exist. The Lion Man may have been a companion, a mediator between the known and the unseen, or a reminder that imagination itself could be a form of power. This was not simply the birth of creativity, it was the birth of myth. The cave where the figure was found, Hohlenstein-Stadel, lies within a limestone ridge above the Lone Valley. Nearby, other caves, Vogelherd, Geisenklusteler, Hohle Fels, would later yield their own treasures, small figurines of horses, mammoths and women carved with astonishing realism. Together, these sites form a constellation of cognition, a record of minds already comfortable with abstraction. It is as though, across this frozen landscape, a single spark had caught and spread among isolated groups of humans, igniting a shared visual language of imagination. The setting itself may have mattered. The Swabian Jura was a place of extremes, icy winters, narrow valleys and caves that held warmth, light and echo. Caves amplify the voice and distort sound. They transform the simple act of speech into something vast and resonant. Perhaps that acoustic magic lent itself to storytelling, to ritual, to belief in unseen presences. In such spaces, imagination could easily become sacred. The walls, the fire, and the shadows would all conspire to make thought visible. And maybe that is why the Lion Man was made of ivory rather than stone. Ivory glows faintly in firelight. It seems alive. When held near the flame, its surface flickers as if it breathes. In that illusion, one can imagine the sculpture taking on meaning far beyond its shape, a creature that lives only when seen by humans, a mirror of their own awareness. To some scholars, the Lion Man represents a threshold between perception and belief. Before it, objects were tools. After it, they could be symbols. It is possible that those who carved it already spoke in ways that allowed them to share myths, to transmit stories of spirits and ancestors across generations. But even without words, the act of creating this figure was itself a kind of language, a visual sentence carved into the bone of another animal. It spoke of imagination, mortality, and the strange intimacy between hunter and prey. The cave lion, after all, was not a creature easily admired. It was a predator feared and respected in equal measure, powerful enough to kill humans who dared to share its territory. To merge its head with that of a human might have been an act of both reverence and defiance, a way of taming danger by embodying it. In that fusion lies one of the deepest human instincts, to understand through imitation, to make peace with fear by giving it form. The Lion Man, then, is not just a mythic being. It is a negotiation with terror, an early form of philosophy rendered in ivory. The age of the Lion Man coincides with a time when modern humans were expanding across Ice Age Europe, developing new kinds of social cooperation and communication. Small, connected groups would have shared resources, skills, and stories across great distances. It is possible that myth-making itself became a tool of cohesion, something that united scattered bands through shared symbols. In that sense, the Lion Man may not represent a single imagination, but a collective one, a shared dream of identity across space and time. Yet there is a humility in this too. For all its grandeur, the Lion Man reminds us of how little we truly know. We cannot ask the maker why they chose a lion, or what it meant to the hands that held it. We can only infer meaning from the traces they left behind, the polish, the cuts, the symmetry. The rest is silence, carried forward through 40,000 years of erosion and rediscovery. Perhaps the most striking thing is not what the Lion Man shows, but what it implies. That once, in the deep cold of the Ice Age, someone sat down and decided that the world was not enough. They imagined something that did not exist and then brought it into being. That decision, to make the invisible visible, is the foundation of every culture, every religion, every story ever told. It is consciousness looking back at itself. And maybe if we could step into that cave now and see the firelight flicker over ivory, we would understand a little more about what it means to be human. We would see that imagination is not an invention of civilization, but its origin. The Lion Man of Hohlenstein-Stadel is not just an artifact of art. It is a fossil of thought, a moment when an idea first stood upright and looked us in the eye. And as long as we can still imagine what they imagined, that first myth still lives in us. For more than 1 million years the planet looked back at us through unblinking eyes. Mountains, rivers, winds, and the slow drift of stars. And then, at some point in that long silence, something changed. Somewhere in the firelight or under the sun, a creature paused and began to wonder not just what it saw, but that it was seeing it all. That moment, when awareness became aware of itself, was not a single spark or discovery. It was a long dawn, an awakening stretched across continents, species, and ages. A slow ignition of thought that began with the shaping of stone and ended with myth carved into ivory. And from that first recognition, the world would never again be unobserved. The earliest minds we know of left no words, only patterns. For them, the universe was not yet divided into categories or explanations. There were no gods, no sciences, no metaphors. But there was geometry. To chip a stone into balance or shape a sphere into near perfection required a concept older than language, that something could be imagined before it existed. That idea of bringing form from formlessness was the seed of consciousness. It meant that the mind could plan beyond instinct, could carry an invisible image inside it, and make the world conform to thought. From there, every other act of creation was only a variation on that first pattern. The next step, though, was not invention. It was reflection. Over time, those early minds learned to use not only their hands, but their memory, to hold an image not just of an object, but of themselves interacting with it. In doing so, they began to perceive continuity, that a thought could stretch beyond a moment, that a gesture could connect yesterday to tomorrow. The awareness of time, of persistence, was perhaps the first whisper of mortality. For to imagine the future is also to realize one will not always be there to see it. From this awareness came curiosity, and from curiosity meaning. When ancient humans began to manipulate the elements, taming fire or shaping wood, they were not only adapting to their environment, they were externalizing thought. Each creation was an echo of cognition. Memory burned into matter. To build a hearth was to build a memory, a physical marker of intention. To craft a tool was to leave behind a fragment of problem-solving. Across hundreds of millennia such acts slowly accumulated, each one saying something new, that we were not simply reacting to the world, but rehearsing it. Somewhere along that continuum, emotion entered the equation. The first time a being looked upon its own kind with empathy, or felt the urge to comfort, or paused in silence beside the dead, consciousness deepened. Awareness ceased to be merely a way of navigating the world and became a way of understanding it. The cost of that, of course, was sorrow. No other species had to live with the knowledge of loss. But that same grief became the soil in which imagination grew. We began to picture what could be, not just what was, and in doing so we turned survival into story. The emergence of language transformed that story from private thought to shared mind. When words became possible, ideas no longer had to die with their creators. Knowledge could be stored, transmitted, remade. In the rhythm of speech, consciousness found a mirror, a way to hear itself outside its own head. With every phrase describing the world, we made the world more describable. And yet, language did something stranger still. It let us talk about what was not here. We could summon the absent, recall the dead, imagine the unseen. The voice became a bridge between reality and imagination. The mind had learned to step outside itself. By the time humans began leaving their handprints on cave walls, the reflection had come full circle. A hand pressed against stone is both presence and absence, a statement that says, "I was here," while admitting, "I am not here forever." Those early imprints were not signatures of pride, but gestures of existence. To make a mark was to insist that experience could outlast the body. In that moment, art and memory fused. Consciousness had become self-recording. The universe had started to write back. What followed was not progress in a straight line, but something more like breath. Advances and pauses, sparks and silences. Across different regions, from Africa to Asia to Europe, the mind experimented with ways of being conscious. Some carved geometry into stone, others mixed pigment into ritual, others buried their dead with flowers or shaped mythic beings from bone. These were not separate stories, but chapters of one unfolding awareness. A global dialogue in which each culture, each species, added a new dialect to the language of mind. The record of consciousness, written in artifacts and ashes, shows not competition, but continuity. We were all learning to think together. When we look back now across that immense span of time, it is tempting to search for the moment when we became human. But the truth is quieter. There was no single awakening, no sharp divide between animal and mind. Instead, consciousness was a mosaic, forming piece by piece, perception, emotion, imagination, reflection, until the pattern was complete enough to recognize itself. To ask when it began is to miss the deeper story, that it never stopped beginning. Each thought you have today is an echo of that same process, the brain learning again and again that it exists. The cost of that knowledge, however, was alienation. To be aware is to be separate. The same mind that can imagine a future can also imagine its own absence. The same brain that sees beauty in a sunrise understands that the sun will rise without it. This is the paradox that has followed consciousness from its origin. It gives us the power to marvel at the universe while reminding us that we are only passing through it. Every myth, every religion, every philosophy since has been an attempt to reconcile that tension, to make meaning of awareness itself. And yet, in a strange way, the meaning might already be there. The very fact that the universe contains something capable of wondering about it is extraordinary. Out of dust, heat, and accident emerged a kind of matter that could ask, why? Perhaps consciousness is not an anomaly of evolution, but one of its inevitabilities, a way for the cosmos to experience its own existence. When the first mind looked out and saw the world, it was also the world looking back through that mind. The mirror blinked, and everything changed. Across deep time, awareness has refined itself through layers of reflection. The geometric mind that carved stone spheres became the empathetic mind that buried its dead, and later the symbolic mind that painted the unseen. But beneath all those forms lies the same spark, the capacity to imagine what is not yet real. Every scientific equation, every poem, every dream descends from that ancient ability. Consciousness did not end with the Ice Age. It only found new surfaces to carve. We like to think of consciousness as a gift unique to us, but perhaps it is better understood as a relationship. No mind exists in isolation. Each one is built from generations of others, ancestors, languages, and shared ideas that have folded themselves into us. The thoughts you are having right now as you listen are the latest threads in that tapestry. You are not separate from the minds that once shaped ivory or stone. You are their continuation. And so, when we look at the record of the past, at the fire traces, pigments, engravings and stories, We are not simply studying evolution. We are witnessing recognition itself, the long realization that matter can think. The stones, shells, and bones that early humans left behind are not just tools or art. They are messages to the future, proof that awareness existed here once, and that it sought to make contact with whatever would come after. That contact improbably is us. Perhaps that is the final inheritance of consciousness, the desire to reach beyond time, to communicate across extinction. When you speak, or write, or imagine, you are continuing the same dialogue that began over 1 million years ago in silence. You are what the first thinker was preparing for, a mind that can hold the entire history of thought inside itself. Every question we ask about who we are, where we came from, and what it means to know, is the echo of that first moment when the mirror of the universe blinked and saw itself reflected. And maybe, if consciousness ever ends, if the universe once again goes quiet, that blink will still remain somewhere in the fabric of space and time, a trace of awareness etched into existence. The story of mind is not just the story of humans, it is the story of the cosmos learning to notice, and that, in the end, might be the closest thing we have to meaning. Because when the first human lifted their eyes to the sky, when they painted, carved, or whispered to the dark, they were not inventing consciousness, they were remembering it. They were rediscovering what the universe already knew, that to exist is to be aware, and to be aware is to wonder. Hello, fellow sapiens. This has been our story of when thought began to dream of itself, a story written in stone, ivory, and time. And as always, stay curious, stay calm. I'll see you in the next story. Thank you, fellow sapiens, for wandering this timeline with me, for drifting into deep time, for slowing down and remembering. If this helped you fall asleep, helped you study, or simply helped you step out of the noise for a while, thank you for being here. If you think more people should know this story, you know what to do. Like, subscribe, share it with the sapiens in your life, and tell me, are you listening before bed, while working, or somewhere in the world I can only imagine? And as always, stay curious, stay calm. I'll see you in the next story.